mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
And we begin tonight with new information on the case of SUZANNE MORPHEW. Her remains have finally been found 3 years after the mother of two disappeared. This has been a long and trying ordeal for everyone involved. So let's bring you up to date on this case. MORPHEW was last seen alive May 10th of 2020, Mother's Day. 1 year later, police arrested her husband, Barry MORPHEW, on murder charges, but those charges were dismissed in April of 2022. On September 22nd, investigators found SUZANNE's remains, which they revealed today to all of us. Her husband, Barry MORPHEW, has maintained his innocence. The charges against which they revealed today.
Hey guys, so welcome Peaches and Scouts. Good to see you. It's quite unusual for me to be doing a live, never mind back to back in a way. I often say, and I've been saying it in the analysis of John Benet Ramsey, you know, if one note is off, it ruins the whole symphony. And so it's being a little bit nitpicky, but if we look at this timeline, is there anything wrong with this timeline? So, you know, if you know this case fairly well, what would you change about this timeline? What would you change about basically the basic sort of fabric, or the basics? What would you amend, edit? How would you improve it? So I want you to look at this investigation timeline, you know, that has been put up here, and see if there's something that is, I guess, an unintentional distortion, right? So that I agree with. I mean, the day that SUZANNE MORPHEW disappeared was actually May 9th. You know, the last time anyone saw her alive was actually May 9th, not May 10th. Nobody saw her on May 10th, but she was also, you know, the last signs of life were sort of in the middle of the day on that Saturday. And so if you're going to start your investigation on Mother's Day, May 10th, with the bicycle, you're already on the wrong track. You're already playing into the spiel of the perpetrator, right? So can you see how, you know, if one note is off, you already start going in the wrong way. And I mean, you know, when you're dealing with a case that's 3 years old, it's struggling. It's kind of a case that is not getting traction. It's, in a legal sense, it seems to be struggling. The gears aren't really turning. You really want to get the details right. There's another thing that's also missing from that, and that is you could sort of argue and say, well, is that really relevant? Well, what do you guys think is the other thing that needs to, so we probably need a fifth bubble in, you know, there are 4 bubbles there. MORPHEW arrested, case dismissed, remains found, but there needs to be one more bubble. What is the other bubble? Which I think is really relevant to this fabric as well. That's right. That's right. Sonia says hi from the UK. Okay, so what do you guys say? What do you think should be the 5th bubble there? Okay, well, my let's see what you guys are saying. Thanks a lot, Margaret Zabinski. Also, just welcome to Chelsea, who's just been made a mod. I think that's been sort of coming a long time. Someone says location. Maria says, I'm confused about the circumstances. Okay, so what I would add there is I would add that in May this year, so I would put a bubble over here. In May this year, Barry sued the prosecution for $15 million, right? And so that is definitely part of the legal context that we're dealing with, right? Stephanie L, good to see you as well. Okay, yeah, so the lawsuit, cool. Okay, so let's continue with this little clip.
to all of us. Her husband, Barry Morphew, has maintained his innocence. The charges against him dropped just days before he was scheduled to stand trial. Prosecutors said that they did not have enough evidence to move forward, but they can still charge him again. Your reporter in the mountains, Spencer Wilson, joins us live now from Salida.
So let me ask you again. So they've said in that little clip, that they felt that they didn't have enough evidence to move forward. And what that kind of implies is that without a dead body, without the remains, they wouldn't be able to win this case. On the one hand, you can say that isn't what they meant. They simply didn't have enough evidence. And if you followed this channel where we went through the evidence, we went through the cell phone data, we went through the GPS data, we went through the vehicle telemetry, we went through Barry's 13 pretty inconsistent statements. We went through what other witnesses said. We went through some of the evidence that was found at the scene. Can you really say that there really wasn't enough evidence? Because if you think about it, in the Scott Peterson case, Scott Peterson was found guilty basically on the basis of pretty weak circumstantial evidence, and then one hair found in a needle nose pliers, right? And then, of course, pretty strong evidence from Amber Frey, right? So do you agree with that the evidence in this case wasn't very strong? Do you agree with that idea? Because my opinion is the evidence was actually strong, and I actually thought you could probably get a conviction in this case if you've got the right people, and if obviously procedurally it's being conducted the right way, even without human remains, right? You sometimes don't need human remains if it's very likely that the person isn't alive. And for example, if you get cadaver alerts, that's a very strong indication that somebody did die. Didn't we have that in this case, right? Didn't we have that in this case? But by the same token, I think if you said, okay, so it was quite a strong case to begin with, and we now do have human remains, is this case going to be a slam dunk? Well, it depends on the quality of the prosecution. It depends on the quality of law enforcement. And one thing I can tell you about having driven through that area, like I literally drove from Boulder to Salida to through, well, actually I didn't actually know this, but I actually did drive through Moffat on the way to Great Sand Dunes, and then I drove back. Also went to Maysville, also went to the area where all of this happened. And what I was struck with was the sort of rural nature of that part of Colorado, very, what's the word, kind of semi-farmland. Of course, there are some big, wealthy ranches in the area, but I was also quite surprised that there were a lot of sort of kind of trailers, and I don't know if you call them squatters, but people who seem to be struggling, especially in the Great Sand Dunes area. There were sort of some homes there that the people seem to be struggling. And you kind of got a sense that, anyway, so one does wonder if law enforcement in these counties have the kind of staff, it's the same argument in the John Benet Ramsey case with Boulder. Would Boulder have the resources to successfully prosecute a case? I kind of have the same question. In these counties that aren't used to this kind of crime, and like a high-powered attorney, top dollar attorney, is like a normal sort of prosecutor going to deliver in a case like that? And I really want to speak to someone about that. We've been in touch via email. I still just need her consent to read what her strategy is. But anyway, we'll get to that a little bit later. Okay, so let's continue.
Where she was first reported missing. Spencer.
Karen, no arrests were made today after the El Paso County coroner did identify that body as Suzanne Morphew. Right now, investigators say they are more focused on the questions that this new discovery brings up.
The search for Suzanne captured the nation's attention. A mother who seemingly vanished on a bike ride in 2020. Her husband, Barry Morphew, saying he believed that she was abducted.
Do whatever it takes to bring you back. We love you. We miss you. Your girls need you.
Armies of volunteers took to the area around their home, searching for any signs of Suzanne.
She's just the brightest light ever.
And after a year of searching, suspicion turned to Barry, who was arrested and charged with her murder, along with tampering with physical evidence, as well as attempting to influence a public servant. That case.
Okay, so let's stop there for a moment. So is there evidence of an abduction, right? If that's Barry's belief, is there any evidence to suggest that there was an abduction? Right? What do you guys say? Is there any evidence of an abduction? And the answer is they did find foreign DNA profiles in the vehicle, in Suzanne's vehicle, I think on the dash. And as far as I know, one of those profiles linked to a convicted, someone convicted, I think, for SA. And so, in other words, a felon, a criminal. And so that was quite shocking. You know, that was certainly quite surprising. I think where it is a little questionable, that theory. So you say, well, DNA of the perpetrator, of the abductor, was found in Suzanne's vehicle. Then you say, well, okay, so they've got the DNA. Okay, so but she wasn't in her vehicle. She was supposedly on her bicycle. So if the DNA is in the vehicle, where isn't it somewhere else? And the answer seems to be no. And then you could say, could there be innocent ways for the DNA to get into the vehicle? When I say innocent, I mean someone didn't come there and commit a crime. Well, one way is if you take your vehicle to be cleaned or fixed or something, that's one way. So is there a conceivable way that DNA got there through a sort of innocent means, right? But that is in effect the defense case, and the defense is almost saying it's a DNA case. Just that piece of DNA is enough to convict this particular abductor. And do you agree with that? So if you say, you know what, I believe DNA is always the smoking gun. If you find DNA, you found the killer. So would you say that that's the case here? Because they're basically saying they found foreign DNA in the vehicle, Suzanne's vehicle. It does belong to a criminal. Isn't that the case solved? It's a DNA case. Simple as that. Don't think about any of the dynamics between Barry and Suzanne. Don't think about their financial problems. It's got nothing to do with that. It's just a DNA case. Let's just think about that. That's quite a good point. Thanks, Cotton Star. Good to see you here. That is correct. That is correct. So you must bear in mind what is always a very strong defense is if you can provide another scenario. So if it's not just enough to say, if the prosecution argue a case and they say, well, we've got that and that and that, and to say, well, there's a little bit of doubt about that in the process. If the defense can come up with a scenario that sows that little seed in the mind of the jury, even one juror, where one juror thinks, you know what, that could have happened. You know what, I think that is possible. Okay, and so I'm not going to find this person guilty. That is the legal conundrum in a way that well, I wouldn't call it, I wouldn't put it in those words. That's the legal challenge faced by the prosecution.
Became riddled with complications, with Barry's lawyers successfully getting the case dismissed with the ability to file charges again at a later date, should new evidence arise. Just last week, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation found Morphew's body in Moffett. Locals tell us the search party was working right here.
Well, so this is giving us a really good idea of sort of, you know, what we're dealing with. Now, I previously went on Google Maps, and I think I went along this road, just what's the word? Just like, you know, spontaneously. And I don't know whether this is the area that they're referring to here, but as you can see, this is like the main road. Salida and is it Maysville is this way. That's going north. Great Sand Dunes is going that way. That's south. And anyway, this is the situation. You see exactly what I was saying. You see how the urban fabric is extremely scattered and spread out, and it's not very dense. It's kind of a rural farming community, and then there's sort of very sort of erratic vegetation. There's some trees, there's some bushes, there's grass, mountains, and so on. But that is kind of the setting that the killer chose to dispose of her remains. Very nondescript, right?
Locals tell us the search party was working right here.
So there appears to be kind of a caravan or something. I don't actually see any trees or anything. This is off a dirt road. I don't know whether this is of any significance. Like what you see over here, this does seem like softish soil. It does look quite sandy just off the road. But anyway, we are going to look at maps, and what we're going to try and locate is this area. The problem is this is a gravel road, and so we're probably not going to be able to follow it or find it. We'll probably have to go to Google Earth for that.
The area is just south of Salida.
And so that's a little bit more information. It's just south of Salida, and again, yeah, you see the sagebrush. Bear in mind, this kind of terrain is not that different to the Anadarko property where Chris Watts, it's literally on the other side of the mountain. It's Colorado, but it's literally kind of around the corner. Bear in mind, the Great Sand Dunes is in this area, and it's about an hour's drive from this point, and it's not that far from Frederick either. And I don't know if you recognize the vegetation here from what we saw in the Chris Watts case from Shanann's grave. It's quite sandy. It's not. It wouldn't. You could dig a shallow grave in a short space of time.
Around a 30-minute drive. So the question remains: how did she end up out here?
And that is the critical question. Is if you don't know this case very well, and even if you a new investigator on the case, and you think, okay, so Suzanne disappeared on Mother's Day, then when did the perpetrator bring her here, right? Surely not on Mother's Day. And then the counter to that is if you say, well, Suzanne disappeared, died in obviously, horrible circumstances on the Saturday, well, then was she brought here on that Saturday? And the answer, I think, is no, because, well, unless someone arrived at the property, perhaps when Barry went somewhere that afternoon, right? So if Barry, I think Barry left to go to Salida to go to a work site. If something happened to Suzanne then, and then someone drove here, I suppose that is possible. If you're saying, well, what about Barry's movements? Well, they looked at Barry's movements on camera, and it looks like he was around. Looks like he was in town. Looks like he was at home that night. I think if he came out here, the vehicle telemetry would have shown that. So he certainly didn't. Barry didn't come here on Saturday or the Sunday. And then the question is, when did he come out here? And I think another thing one's got to kind of think about is, if Barry never came out here, then who did come out here? Is there a possible scenario where someone was helping someone else? How many people are involved in this? In the abduction scenario, I think there's this idea that there could have been three perpetrators. because there's foreign DNA of 3 people in Suzanne's vehicle.
And who brought her here?
Now, while the Colorado Bureau of Investigations did not say the state that they found Suzanne's body in, we were able to confirm with the coroner's office that it was dental records that ended up being the identifier for that body. In the meantime, we did get a statement from Barry Morphew's attorney saying
Okay, so I've got to tell you, I didn't actually know, I'd suspected it, but I didn't actually know until now that it was actually dental records. What that tells you is, in a way, it's a little disappointing, because it means, and it's, I guess, not surprising, it means that there really wasn't any viable DNA left. There wasn't any, what's the word? There wasn't any sort of tissue surviving, and you can imagine after 3 years there wouldn't really be. But I do think the flip side to that is, how accurate are dental records? And I think that might be a defense strategy, is to say, well, look at this tooth, it's got that idiosyncrasy in it. Can you be 100% sure that these dental records, and I would argue that I think dental records are a pretty good what's the word, way of confirming identity. I mean, they did it with Brian Laundrie. You can, even with not all the teeth, you can have like an individual human tooth in just one tooth that has been recorded has a very unique, everything about it is quite unique. The angle, the size, the way that it sort of, the way that it, I guess, sharpens, if that's the word. And so I think that is at least, you know, the confirmation is, I think, a strong point. You know, the fact that it's certainly Suzanne's remains. What is quite interesting in the narrative leading up to this point, there was a point where the defense said Suzanne isn't actually dead; she's just missing. Well, that is now out of the defense's quiver. They can't use that as a ploy any longer.
part, quote, Barry is with his daughters, and they are all struggling with immense shock and grief after learning today that their mother and wife, whom they deeply love, was found deceased. They had faith that their wife and mom would walk back into their lives again.
I would say that I find that really beggars belief, because, you know, you've got to remember that there were a number of hearings, right? There were a number of hearings, and Barry would attend them, and so would the Morphew girls, right? They were on, you know, all of this was on television, and so this idea that Suzanne is somewhere out there, you know, somewhere out there living her life, and, you know, wanting to sort of, you know, have some other chapter in her life, but sort of kind of watching TV and sort of saying, oh, they're dealing with my murder trial on TV. Well, I can see my daughter's crying, and you're not going to basically put your hand up and say, hey, I'm actually okay. You don't need to have a murder trial. You know, it's beggars belief. And you actually had exactly the same farce, as far as I'm concerned, in the Patrick Frazee case, where in that case he was saying she's still out there. You know, she just decided that her life wasn't working out, and she just left, right? Meanwhile, she had a child. Meanwhile, Suzanne Morphew has children. Meanwhile, the cell phone activity came to a sudden permanent stop on that day and never resumed. Actually, in the Patrick Frazee case, Suzanne's phone, Kelsey Barrett's phone did have a bit of an afterlife. It did make calls, did send texts. So that was something that was manipulated. But in terms of everything else, bank accounts come to a permanent halt. Then there's no contact ever again with family members. Obviously, someone's died, right? But you might say, that's stupid. Why are you saying something like that? Well, the reason is because you put the onus on law enforcement to prove that someone has died. So in other words, if the defense say, well, we don't believe that person's died, now compared to them saying, we accept that she's no longer alive, well, then the prosecution don't need to jump that hurdle, right? It's obvious in a way, it's obvious that person's died, but by the defense saying, well, we don't know for sure, prove it, well, now that's a hurdle that the prosecution have got to climb. Well, now they don't have to climb that anymore, right?
This news is heartbreaking. Neither the DA nor the authorities notified Mallory and Macy Morphew about the recovery of their mom. Karen.
Spencer, we know prosecutors.
Okay, so I'm going to go from this to sharing with you what I meant to share yesterday. It's the raw body cam of Barry Morphew arriving at the scene. Do you guys remember that? So just to put you guys in the picture, basically at around about 5 a.m., I'm not actually sure of the exact time, at around about 5 a.m. on Mother's Day, on that Sunday morning, Barry gets up, and that's also something that just that on its own is quite interesting. Thanks a lot, Cotton Star. Is why does he need to get up at 5 a.m. to go to a job and then no one's there and then no work actually gets done? Now just think about this in a logical way. You tend to get up early to go somewhere because there's a lot that needs to be done that day. Now, if you think about it, Barry gets up very early on that Sunday, right? That's the first thing that he does. He gets up very early, and then he goes to Broomfield, but then on his way there, he sort of throws out garbage and seems to be taking his time. And then when he arrives, then nothing really happens. He sort of takes a shower. No real work gets done, and then he returns, right? Fadicus, thanks very much. But you see how there's a mismatch there between the psychology of the day, the psychology of what was meant to happen, and what ultimately does happen. And I often see this in true crime. You'll see someone do something and then it's undone. And then you say, well, so why did you do that to begin with? In other words, I'm trying to think how that pertains to the Ramsey ransom note. Yeah, like you write the note or you find the note, but then you don't read it. You sort of undo something. It just doesn't make any sense. In the Oscar Pistorius case, I can't remember if he closes the blinds and then opens them, but it's that sort of thing. It's something that is done and then undone, and it just ends up being sort of time wasting or something like that. Anyway, so in this case, Barry goes all the way to Broomfield. What does he ultimately do when he's there? Well, he takes a shower. He is not at home. It's basically what he does. What work actually, like if you think he got up really early, well, what did this job have a deadline, right? So if you take that fabric and you really examine it, the narrative of innocent Barry going to work on a Sunday, innocent religious Barry going to work on a Sunday, and you say, let's just find out all about this. Who wanted the job done? Was it urgent? When was it first asked for? Was it a high priority? When was he ultimately paid, etc., etc.? And then that's just one way of dealing with it. In any event, Barry's summoned home by somebody else when they find out that Suzanne's not home and not I think not answering her phone. And so now we're going to look at those first moments. This is so crucial. It's similar to Chris Watts arriving home from the well site, Barry arriving from Broomfield, and it's all on camera. You see it's not like broad daylight, so it's not that clear, but you can hear his voice. You get a sense of demeanor and what's kind of going on. So let's check that out. I think I've got it here. So hope it plays without an ad. Okay, are you guys ready?
is it? Where's the bike?
Oh, it's right there.
Where was it?
It was like just right down here in this little embankment right here. Flight tickets, dude. I got the husband on the scene here with me.
I'm here with my daughter. She's at Gary's house.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you can go down there.
Was it a crash?
I mean, the bike looked, the way it was laid, it kind of looked like it, but there's not really that much damage to the bike. That's the thing.
Lion?
Yeah, it was just like
Was
lying.
it no lion? Mountain
I didn't see anything that would.
I didn't see anything, and they're not letting us go over the site
Because we're getting a track
dogs. We're bringing
Are
dogs.
you kind of like right
just
here?
right down in here.
Do you
Yeah.
know where my husband and son are?
They
They're
Yeah.
probably went down to Puma.
Yeah,
Down
so-
to the house.
And Bear, just I know this is tough right now. Do you mind if I just get a driver's license for our report stuff? Search and rescue's on their way. Hey Barry, and then I'll probably need your help to kind of tell me some of the trails that she frequents, so we can backtrack some of that stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm sorry.
Oh man. And she's an avid mountain biker, right?
It's just started. About 2 months. She's been here.
And just a confirmation, you left this morning at 5.
She was around the school.
Okay. And she told you she was gonna go bike
She
riding?
bikes every day, yeah.
Okay.
She said she's gonna bike when she gets up.
So she was asleep in the bed when you left. Did you say bye to her or anything?
No, she sounds asleep.
Okay.
Always leave her.
So the last time you probably actually saw her was this morning. That was it, right?
Yeah, I've been in there, so I got a big job up there. I've been there all day.
Gotcha.
I'm sorry, you need to calm down.
No, it's all good, man.
Um,
We're doing the best. We got
Did
a
they
lot of
check
people
the house?
coming.
Did they,
Yeah,
they
got-
look through the house?
yeah, they got the house. So what we're doing is we're keeping people out of the house because if the dog comes, they want to get a scent from out of the house.
Yeah.
So they don't want to pollute that scent. So that way we can start trying. And I walked up this. Like I said, I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Nothing looked like.
I wonder if she was hurt. Did she go climb up the hill?
But that's the thing. When we came here, still was daylight, right? So if she was right here, somebody would have easily, you know what I mean? Just because it was like literally like right down. It was this. I mean, if we saw it coming in, somebody would have definitely seen it too, you know?
So that's not terribly good for Barry. The fact that the officer already at that point, in the first couple of seconds talking to him, said, you know what, everything looked pretty normal, right? Yeah, so we're going to play that again. Just this time, we're going to just deal with it piece by piece, okay? There's more body cam here, and we're going to look at all the body cam. But for now, we're going to just focus on this little section where he arrives at the scene.
Is at right now.
Okay.
And Macy and the older sister Mallory are on a road trip. Where are they?
Where is it? Where's the bike?
Oh, it's right there.
Where was it?
It was like just.
So if you take that, he basically says, where is she? And then he doesn't really continue with that. It's where is she? And then where's the bike? Where is it? And then it's quite hard to say for sure, because I don't know whether the bike's like just behind the officer, you know, if it's like, well, the bike's over there. But if it was you, wouldn't you go to the bike? You know, wouldn't you, for example, to make sure that it is her bike, wouldn't you go to the bike and look at it and examine it and try and see, wouldn't you want to know, wouldn't you try and find a clue from the bike, which is where she apparently was last seen, some clue? Is there any injury to the bike? Is there a flat tire? Is there blood or something like that? Wouldn't you sort of be, what's the word, proactive, and not just say, okay, I'm going to just stand here and can you tell me everything? Wouldn't you be like, okay, let's try and find out what's going on here? The other thing is, he doesn't seem to continue to want to find Suzanne. He doesn't keep saying, I think he does say, did you look in the house? But I think maybe you could argue that there's concern about something else asking that question, right? Does he volunteer? Does he make any suggestions? The officer is kind of taking the initiative. And you might say, well, in a situation like that with law enforcement, you need to know your place and let the officer do all the talking. Suppose you could say that, but in a scenario that's supposed to be either an accident or someone's gone missing, I don't know if the first thing you would do is suspect someone, or you would feel suspected. And so in a scenario like that, there would be nothing wrong with offering your assistance, saying, I think she may have been wearing this. That is definitely her bike. You're right about the bicycle not being damaged or whatever. You know what I mean? And instead, you kind of have Barry asking. He comes across quite emotional. His voice breaks, sounds a little bit like Alex Murdaugh, and then it sort of doesn't really. It's almost frozen after that. He says a couple of things, and then he's a little bit passive. Right? Let's watch that again.
It's right down here in this little embankment right here. Sorry, check this, dude. We got the husband on scene here with me.
So I don't know if you noticed, we'll go back a couple of seconds. His hands are going into his pockets as well. Now, you could say that is Barry being Barry, that Barry's a kind of hands in pockets guy. It's just something that I've noticed.
Ready.
Where is it? Where's the bike?
Oh, it's right there.
Where was it?
It was like just right down here in this little embankment right here. Sorry, check this, dude. We got the husband.
Do you see is already he's just arrived at the scene, and his left hand is in his pocket.
On scene here with me.
I'm here to get my daughter. She's at Harry's house.
Oh, okay. All right, yeah, you can go down there.
Was it a crash?
I mean, the bike looked, the way it was laid, it kind of looked like it, but there's not really that much damage to the bike. That's the thing.
Lion?
Yeah, it was just like
Was
lying.
there no?
So another thing that is definitely something that I notice a lot in a lot of the cases that I cover is you must ask yourself, when you are looking at a suspect, when you're looking at a possible perpetrator, you must ask yourself, how quickly do they accept that that person has died? In other words, how long does it take from when they are informed that something may have happened or something has happened to the moment they say, oh, the moment that they kind of aren't in denial, or where they basically just feel, I accept that that person isn't here. And what you have here is Barry instantly going from, was there a crash, to, oh, was she taken by a mountain lion? He hasn't even established whether it's a crash, but both of those are basically saying something serious has happened to her. Right? Do you know what I'm saying? And if you leave it at that point, in other words, if you leave it at that point, was she taken by a mountain lion? What must you be thinking in a situation like that, right? I'm trying to think of the flip side to that. Okay, so the flip side to that is, in my experience, I was actually going to show you guys a video, but in my experience, a couple of weeks ago, a giraffe disappeared on my father's farm, and the first thing we didn't think was that it had died. So giraffe is quite a big animal, and you would expect that you'd just be able to see it, and we looked for it, and it was kind of a period of days where we couldn't find this giraffe. And our first thought wasn't that the giraffe had died. Our thought was that some kind of like an abduction. Maybe someone had come there and loaded the giraffe up, because people had come there. We'd sold a couple of animals. People had come there. So that was a thought. Another thought was that, could it have been kind of chased away? Could dogs have come and it sort of ran through a fence or something? Are we just not seeing it? Is the giraffes, it is here, we just can't see it. And so what I'm trying to say is, in the absence of certainty, I don't know if you just instantly go to the worst case scenario. Obviously, that thought is there, but you're kind of thinking that's a bit extreme. The giraffe has been around for a while, and then as more and more time went by and you've searched more and more, then that thought does become more likely, and it did turn out that was the case. I'm just saying you must look at how quickly someone transitions from, I don't know what happened, to, oh, I accept that person has died or that they're gone. And I'm not actually going to look for them now myself. I'm not going to call out to them. I'm not going to, because what's quite interesting, we'll get to the other body cam soon. When you go to early in the day and the officers are on scene by the bicycle, they're actually calling and saying, Suzanne, because they think, as anybody would in that situation, that Suzanne might just be, maybe she got off her bike and went to look at a tree, or took a photo of a squirrel or something like that, right? And when Barry gets there, he is quite content to stand there and accept the story that is being told. Could it be this? Oh, okay. Could it be that? Okay. And then is quite passive. He doesn't say, okay, well, I'm going to go and look there, or he's not taking any kind of initiative. And I think that is definitely quite interesting when you look at cases like that. With the Ramseys also, you could say, didn't you search your own house? When you saw the ransom note, how quickly did they accept that John Bonet was gone? You just look in her bedroom and another room, and then you realize, wow, she's gone. Okay, well, let's call the police and wait, right? What would most people do? Wouldn't some people call out John Bonet's name, right? Do you follow the psychology?
I didn't see anything that would indicate.
I didn't see anything, and they're not letting us go over the site
because we're getting attracted.
They're bringing dogs.
Just right down in here, yeah.
Do you know where my husband and son are?
They probably went down to Puma.
Yeah,
down to the house.
We're at my house.
Okay.
And Bear just.
So if you could even turn the sound off. If you just watch Barry, he's quite inert. He's sort of just standing there. As you can see there, he's got his hands in his pockets again. Not much is happening. He's sort of driven quite quickly, I guess, from Broomfield. It's like an emergency. The police are there and he arrives, and then he stands there, hands in pockets. Now, if you compare that to Chris Watts apparently rushes home from the well site, goes to the house, and then he's also standing around. And it's up to the officers to say, well, maybe we should look at your phone. Maybe we should look at bank statements. They come up with all the ideas, right?
I know this is tough right now. Do you mind if I just get a driver's license for our report stuff? Search and rescue's on their way. Hey, Barry, and then I'll probably need your help to kind of tell me some of the trails that she frequents so we can backtrack some of that stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So.
Oh, man. And she's an avid mountain biker, right?
It's just started. She's been here.
And just a confirmation, you left this morning at 5. Okay. And she told you she's going to go bike riding?
She bikes every day, yeah.
Okay.
So that would be another thing you'd want to check. Does Suzanne bike every day? How long has she been biking every day? And, I think the flip side to this, and this is just my personal opinion, is I don't think Suzanne did bike on the Saturday, which she could have. I just don't think she did. Maybe she did, but I doubt it. Would Suzanne have biked on Mother's Day, that Sunday? I don't know the answer to that, but I doubt it. You must also remember Suzanne was emotionally compromised. We kind of dealt with this a little bit with Nicola Bully. Her motivation would have been a bit down. She was feeling a bit unhappy about her marriage. And yeah, so I don't. Oh, the other thing is that she had been battling cancer, so she wasn't in a state of perfect health. She was, I think, someone who was quite fit, but I don't know whether. And anyway, that is something you would want to check. Did she go mountain biking? When she did she normally go by herself? And if not, who did she normally go mountain biking with? How often did Barry go mountain biking? Questions like that. Thanks a lot, Sharon.
So she was asleep in the bed when you left. Did you say bye to her or anything?
No, it's just sounds
Okay.
always leave her.
So the last time you probably actually saw her was this morning. That was it, right?
Yeah, I've been in Bridgeville. I got a big job up there. I've been there all day working. So you need to calm down.
No, it's all good, man. We're doing the best. We got
Did
a
they
lot of
check
people
the house?
coming.
Did they,
Yeah.
they look through the house?
Yeah, they got the house, so what we're doing is we're keeping people out of the house because if the dog comes, they want to get a scent from out of the house,
Yeah.
so they don't want to pollute that scent. So that way.
So that's a very important point he's making. They actually want to bring a dog there. Now, I don't know if that's a cadaver dog or a scent dog, but that was actually a very good move by law enforcement. That was a really good move.
We can start trying. And I walked up this. Like I said, I didn't see anything.
By the way, that's also a very strong case the prosecution can make, is they can say, we took Suzanne's scent and we try to locate her scent at the bicycle. And what do you think the answer is to that? Right? I mean, this is not rocket science. If you want to know where Suzanne went from the bicycle, one way is you just take a scent dog there and you say, okay, if she survived and she walked off somewhere, where did she go? So you bring a scent dog there, and the scent dog's either going to say, well, there's a scent on the bike, but it doesn't go anywhere else. Why not? Was she beamed up? Like what possible explanation could there be for that?
Out of the ordinary, nothing looked like.
I wonder if she was hurt. Did she go climb up the hill?
But that's the thing. When we came here, still was daylight, right? So if she was right here, somebody would have easily, you know what I mean? Just because it was like literally like right down. It was this. I mean, if we saw it coming in, somebody would have definitely seen it too, you know?
So can you see there's the bicycle over there? Now, people are different. And I've often heard the statement, I don't necessarily buy it. People grieve differently. So you might say Barry was in a state of shock. He's just realized his wife has died or whatever. Well, he hasn't. I mean, even the officers aren't sure kind of what's happened. So wouldn't you go and have a look at the bike? Wouldn't you go and see that is her bike? Is there any damage? I mean, not that long ago, my bicycle, I've got a mountain bike, it kind of didn't fall off the back of my vehicle. It sort of, it was a little bit loose and it kind of fell like that. So it was still attached, but it sort of fell like that. And so obviously the first thing I looked at was, is there any damage to it? And there was a little bit of rubber that was off the handlebar. And that would definitely be something you'd want to look at. Is there any scoring, any kind of bruising damage to the bar ends? Because that would be what would sort of bear the brunt of a fall like that, right? Not necessarily because there's grass, but maybe there would be some sign of something like that. And is Barry at all interested in the bicycle? So these are notes he's taking. One wonders what exactly he's writing there. certainly writing quite a lot.
No.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Do you want us to stage down at that residence or?
So hold on, let me get this in and I'll get right with you.
Okay, no worries.
So can you see in the time that the officer was there, Barry's just passively standing by his vehicle. He could have come over, continued chatting to the officer, could have looked at the bike, but he's just standing by his vehicle. Is he going over to the embankment to see how steep it is? You know, what did actually happen here? You know, like if you say, well, her bicycle went over the edge here, well, maybe wouldn't you want to look at how steep it is? Could she have survived it? Could she have been injured? What does it look like happened? And wouldn't you do that? You know, if you were in the area, and I was a couple of months ago, you want to look around and look at Barry's just standing by the vehicle.
Hey, Barry. Besides, I know the bike was here, but what are some of the paths or like the trails? Like
she rides this road. She rides up to the top, and then she goes up to Flus's.
Okay,
if there's no snow, she'll go up high on Flus's. She's went down this one a couple of times.
Down there.
So Barry's suggesting that the officer sort of go up the mountain, right? That's a really important thing to know as well, is that what is the first place Barry directs the investigation towards, and it's up the mountain, right?
This one here too?
Yeah.
Okay. So double check Flus's over there too, because I think was it Miles? I think Miles. Yeah, I know. We just want to double check everything. So yeah.
Did anybody look for foot tracks on the road?
I haven't seen anything really, but
like people tracks. We're lying.
I didn't really notice, but
yeah, he's bringing the whole thing back to tracks. Did you find tracks on the road? Did you find lion?
I won't lie, I'm not like an expert tracker or something, you know. Yeah, so my partner is actually the one that saw and picked it up, but it was like the top of it was weird because it feels like the top of the bike was like up this way.
So maybe flipped.
Maybe, I don't know, man.
But there's probably
Did you notice how quickly he figured that part out? Right. So the officer says it's quite strange. The bike was faced blah blah, blah, and Barry instantly, well, maybe it flipped. I don't know. I find it quite interesting.
Go ahead.
What's the thing about 4 o'clock in the morning? Was that somebody on the phone?
5 o'clock. Oh yeah, so we pinged the phone and it said the last activity was at 4 in the morning.
Up here?
It's off of the Ponce Tower. So there's not any specific coordinate. Hey, could you not touch the bike with your hands, please?
Hey guys.
Okay, so well, that's actually quite interesting. There, Barry is at the bike and is I guess touching it, and yeah, so there he is actually at the bike. But anyway, the argument still stands. Wouldn't you have looked at the bike first at your first possible opportunity? The other thing that's quite ironic with this is that Barry's defense, or Barry would later accuse the police of contaminating the bike, and here he's kind of doing exactly the same thing.
Hey.
That's the hard one. Because I've been wearing gloves. I've been trying not to. So.
Put it in your. Can you fit it in your car?
No, but I could try to. My car is with the back is filled with tag gear and everything. Okay. Yeah, and the bike was found right there. See that little pink thing right in there. And you could see it on our initial body camera too when we found it, right over there, right there by like that tree. So I didn't see the word distraught. That he's kind of going back and like, why didn't they check the recruit? I'm like, you know, trying to do the best guy. And this guy, guess his name's. He showed up on his own. I guess Barry. Hey Barry, are you guys? Where are you guys headed?
So I also find that really interesting. Is Barry just walks off? There are police officers on the scene, and he just basically walks off. And so the officer's actually got to say, first of all, don't touch the bike. Now he's got to say, where are you going? Right? Barry's almost like he's finished the investigation. in terms of I've said everything I need to do. I've helped you guys out, and now I'm going to do whatever, right? And so, anyway, let's hear what he says.
Okay. Here soon, I'm gonna probably have you come and talk with us more. All right, thanks, man.
So quite, it's not really funny, but it's quite ironic that the officer's got to say, "Do you mind coming to talk with us more?" So this is the next aspect. We'll deal with this a little bit later. I want to first go to maps. So we are going to come back to this. Don't worry. I just want to look at maps for a moment. So let's just do that. A quick test of your skill. There's a little bit of a delay, so if I ask a question, it tends to be like, because there are also ads as well. But let me ask you, where is south on this map? So bear in mind, her remains were found south of Moffat. Now, I'm not really sure whether Moffat, where do you draw the line? Is that the edge of Moffat? Remember, it looked like it was off a dirt road. There's a dirt road over there, and there's a dirt road over there, and there as well. So we've kind of got to look. I don't think that is a dirt road, but these are dirt roads. But anyway, where in terms of this, I guess these are the city limits or the town limits. This red square, almost square, kind of rectangle configuration. On this map, which way is south? See how good you guys are at reading maps. Where is south on this map? Bear in mind, so just while we're getting an answer to this, bear in mind, I don't want to see people saying things like Barry did it or Barry is guilty or anyone else for that matter. We are just trying to investigate the information. Bear in mind, Barry is suing the prosecution for ruining his reputation and other things, $15 million. So if you want to say things like that, you can be prepared to be sued. Mods, please just, if you see things like that, you're welcome to delete those comments. If people repeat that, then you can block them. But we need to be quite strict about that. This is a murder investigation, and we're dealing with someone who's suing the prosecution for reputational damage. Please don't add to that in chat, okay? Yeah, please. Okay, so that is right. So south is down here. So north is Grammy's Kitchen. This is going to Salida, right? Maysville. And this is south, going south to basically Great Sand Dunes. And yeah, somebody said it quite well earlier. When you're looking at a map, north is always the top of the page, south is always the bottom of the page, right? Okay. Okay, so let's go onto the satellite. So you can see it's a very tawny sort of environment. It's very, very it's like grassland. There are streams and so on, but it's in a mountain setting. There's a big mountain range here. There's Great Sand Dunes. So this is where we are, just to give you a sense of where we are, right? Southern Colorado, there's Utah. I actually didn't realize that Moab is so close, otherwise I may have driven there. The Patrick Frazee case happened just around the corner. It's like just sort of over there. I actually wanted to go there when I was in Colorado. Maybe I'll do that next time round. I just wonder if we can see Frederick here. But anyway, the terrain here and the terrain where the well site was is very similar. It's a similar kind of tawny terrain. Just trying to see if we can. There's Roggan. I mean, excluding the well sites, but the kind of tawny terrain is very, very similar. So that is Roggan. That's where the Chris Watts case played out, and this is Florissant. That's where the Patrick Frazee case played out, and now we are at Moffett. There's Salida, right? Maysville is just over here on that side, and so you can see if you wanted to drive to Denver or Broomfield, you would go in the opposite direction. You'd go north and to the north of Denver. That's also quite interesting that Barry's destination was in the north of Denver, right? Not the south of Denver, north of Denver. Right, Broomfield is in the north of Denver. And then the other thing that I think is really interesting here is that her remains were found not on the north side of Moffett, which could give you a certain impression, right? Do you agree with that? If the remains are found on the north side, you might think someone may have come from the north. But the fact that the remains are on the south side, isn't that making you think someone lives on the south side, or someone from the south side? It's got to do with the south side of Moffett, right? So anyway, let's go in. I don't know how clear this is going to be. I mean, Moffett is such a small town. I think it's barely got 100 or 200 residents. It's barely a town. Do you remember we saw looked like a little caravan? And could that be it? So it was on the south side of Moffett, and we saw a little caravan. I don't know if we're going to get high enough resolution this way. And I don't know if we're going to be able to see it from the highway. Do you think you can see the crime scene from the highway? So now we are on this is the south side. Just want to see if we can see that little. There were no, I don't know if you remember, there were no trees in the background. And all there was in the background was a sort of a caravan. There's a caravan. So it wasn't that one though. But let me ask you again. It looked a little bit like that. I don't know if that's a caravan though. Let me ask you again. Do you think? Well, there's actually, is that snow on this side? Do you think that where Suzanne's remains were buried, do you think that is in view of this highway, the highway that we're on? Do you think it's close to other houses? Do you think it's close to someone else's property? So now we're going further south. You can see it's extremely remote here. If you on this side, there's literally nothing for miles. Look at that. It's just flat and featureless. So it looks like there's something over there. I don't think that's a caravan. There's some cows over here. But can you see from this point onwards, it's very uninhabited. Very little going on. And you can also see cars from a mile away because it's so flat. So let's see if there's a dirt road turnoff on this side. There seems to be some kind of dirt road here. And what is useful here is this dirt road, there's no gate. And I actually did this near the Great Sand Dunes. I was approaching the Great Sand Dunes. I saw a nice spot for a photo, and you could just go off the road onto a dirt road and go quite far inland with no access control. And so you have a similar thing here. Although you've got a fence there, you can go right off the road here. Although, is that a fence there? But in any event, over here, you could go off the road. And if you were sort of parked there, would anyone see you? Would people not just assume that you're a farmer, you know? I don't know whether we're in the right spot. We are now going quite far outside. We are now going quite far south of Moffat. So, by the way, someone is going. I have spoken to someone. One of the TCRS members is going to Moffat this weekend, and we'll probably be getting better footage of that scene. Just looking for the next turnoff. So here's a turnoff. There's a truck right there. There's something, but it's not that caravan. But can you see, if you saw a truck in the middle of nowhere, you wouldn't assume, you wouldn't be suspicious. You'd be, well, someone is repairing a fence or something like that. And again, the question is, how far off the highway do you think this crime scene is? Could that be that sort of caravan thing that we saw? So let's go back to the that video and get another look at the terrain.
We're trying to convict the husband of murder without a body earlier.
That's right, and clearly
successfully getting the case dismissed. Turned to Barry, who Barry Morphew, saying he believes
the body as Suzanne Morphew right now.
She was first reported missing. Spencer.
Karen, no arrests were made today after the El Paso County coroner did identify that body as Suzanne Morphew. Right now, investigators say they are more focused on the questions that
found Suzanne's. They can still charge him again. Your reporter in the mountains, Spencer Wilson, joins us live now from
Suzanne.
She's just the brightest light ever.
To bring you back.
Getting the case dismissed. So the question remains. Locals tell us the search party was later date, should new evidence arise. Just last week, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation.
Okay, so thanks a lot, Deborah. Okay, so this is obviously drone footage. It is taking us above this T junction. I don't know whether that's relevant. It's looking that way, so I'm assuming that it's on the right-hand side of the highway, but who knows? Can you see any kind of caravan here? I don't really see anything like that.
Investigation found Morphew's body in Moffat. Locals tell.
So there it is. One clue is the ridge line of this mountain, the sort of skyline of this mountain. That's one clue to what you're talking about. The other clue are these telephone lines, or I think this is actually a power line. I'm not sure what that is, if there's also a telephone line. But if you ask me, this is fairly close to the mountain. So, I mean, the mountain is quite close, I think, to the to this particular spot. So, which presumably the highway is some distance away. It's hard to say though. But I must say, if this is very close to the scene, it's very close to where someone actually lives. So it's quite strange that that is quite strange in itself. Isn't there more, unless this trailer arrived in the last couple of months, which I guess is also possible. I mean, you can imagine that someone may have come there, dug a shallow grave, and then months later, this trailer pitched up there. That's also possible.
Tell us the search party was working right here. The area is just south of Salida, around a 30-minute drive. So the question remains.
Okay, so I'm not sure if I understand that. So a 30-minute drive, like saying just south of Salida, well, that's a 30-minute drive. The question is, how far south of Moffett? If you look at this aerial shot, I don't see, there's the power station. We know there's a power line leading up to it. So is it somewhere here? Is it near there? I don't see it here.
How did she end up out here? And who brought her here?
Now, while
So I don't really know whether the reporter here is being 100% accurate. Like if he's saying this is where I don't know if they're saying, well, it's actually in this general area, because they showed a couple of different spots. So it might be a little bit of license they're using. But as I said, we do have someone from our community who's heading out there. I'm pretty sure there'll be crime scene tape, some kind of evidence of a kind of a crime scene. Maybe there'll be an officer there. I don't know. I just presume. Anyway, we'll see. I suppose what they can also do is they can ask a local. If you go there and you can't find it and you're lost, ask a local and ask another local, and maybe you'll find your way. Songbird says, where were the silver mines? Well, I know there were mines very close to the Morphew home, like literally around the corner, Garfield mine and so on. So I don't know about you, but looking on this map, it's definitely not very easy to, even if you sort of know what you're looking for, it's quite difficult to, if let's say you decide that the crime scene is where those two sort of caravans were, or a trailer, it's still quite difficult to figure your way around because it's so nondescript. Let's see if we can find that again, this time using these pylons as a way to sort of direct us. This seems to be, is there a road going off there? So what side of the road do you think the crime scene is going in this direction? So far we've spent a bit of time looking on the right. I think we should maybe look at the left. So there's a gate. Is the gate locked? Looks like it is. If you look at these mountains, do these look like the same mountains we saw? So here you've got a combination of what looks like those telephone poles and the power cables. And on this side, you've got what looks to me like higher mountains and no power lines, no telephone lines. Just go a little further. Left by the power lines, okay. We're going to do this another 3 to 5 minutes, and then we're going to go back to that body cam. Can you see how difficult it is if you're not from this area to know where to begin to look? So there's a trailer. There's actually a boat as well. I don't think it's this side, although there are some telephone lines here. There's a combination of, there's another trailer. There are a combination of lines here. So I wonder whether this road is going to become a dirt road. So once you pass this point, you're kind of beyond the, you're pretty much beyond the little bit of urban fabric. Once you pass this junction, there's very little, there are very few people from this point onwards. And we are still getting some of these utility lines. And Google's not letting me go any further. I can't go any further from here. So the question is it that way, or is it? I don't know. I kind of feel like getting in my car right now and just driving around and looking around. The incredible thing is I actually did drive through Moffat first in the day towards the Great Sand Dunes from Salida. This was in about the 24th of May this year, and then drove back, but through the night. So that kind of brings me to something that I think is quite important to share. Is when I drove from Boulder, which is not far from Broomfield, to Salida, and I drove back from Great Sand Dunes, Salida, to Boulder, which is right next to Broomfield. What I actually wanted to do was I wanted to find those spots where Barry seemed to have stopped at the side of the road. I wanted to stop and look at just the setup, because one of the things I wanted to look at was, can you see how shielded is that from the highway? Would you really just turn your vehicle off the road, park in a parking lot, and take bags out with people driving by, right? Bear in mind, this is going on at 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. People might notice that sort of thing. And what I realized, because of the twisty nature of the roads, because of to some extent, the speed of the vehicles, I didn't feel there was anywhere that I really was comfortable stopping and looking around. And Terry Dean will know that I'm someone who's quite a jack in the box in a vehicle in this sort of situation. I'm very quick to stop and look and so on. And I didn't really feel that there was anywhere on that route, because the cars are passing you so much. And so if you think about it, or if I think about it, it does seem quite unlikely that Suzanne's remains would be on that side, because that highway is so, and the other thing is it's shielded, it's blocked by mountains on both sides. So it's not like you could, at some point where you lose a signal, take a turn off and just go off. You can't. All there is like a valley and mountains on both sides and a river, and you can't really go anywhere else, kind of thing. And so it's not a good place to dispose of a body, because you are very exposed to people passing by on the highway. It just wouldn't make a lot of sense. Okay, anyway, so let's, the other thing that I think is, and I've just thought of this now, the other thing that is very interesting about this setting is it reminds me a little bit of Indiana. I don't mean the ribbon of mountains framing the horizon. I just mean the basic setting here. The basic setting is very similar to Indiana, not in texture, but in topography. Indiana is very, and I've been in Indiana as well. Indiana is very flat. I wouldn't say it's as featureless as this, but it's kind of rural farmland setting and is flat. And you have fairly long roads that basically undulate slightly. And so in this sense, it's a similar topographical setting to what Barry was actually used to, where he grew up in Indiana. Is that relevant? Who knows? I guess we'll see. Okay, so let's go back to the body cam. We're now going to go to, we're going to come back to him going into the house. By the way, you can see in this image just how much wood. Remember I mentioned that ornamental piece of wood in the fireplace. Look how much firewood is by the front door. That's the wood that was ostensibly for the fireplace. So why was an ornamental piece of wood found in the fireplace? Okay, so we're going to go to some of the other body cam. This is the bicycle.
Maybe see if you can get that up to the road and then check the serial number or call the husband and see what kind of bike she has.
So there you can get a bit of a sense of what the officer was talking about, where he said what was a little bit strange was that the handlebars seem to be facing the wrong way. Not sure if that is what's going on there. It does look a little bit to me like they are facing the wrong way. Now, if someone was literally on the bike going down, would that be how the bike would come to rest ultimately? And I don't think that, I mean, I think it's taking things way too far. I think it's really not necessary to prove that the bicycle aspect is a false narrative, a false flag. But I think if you wanted to, one way you could do that is you could animate it and show someone on a bike going down there, what would happen, and show someone, so a riderless bike. Think about it. Someone's not on a bicycle and you push it down. How quickly would the handlebars just swing around, right? Now you're going to hear the officers calling her name.
Somebody check 11. Can you try to call the husband and see what type of bike she has? Right now I'm staring at a Santa Cruz blue in color.
We'll do 9:35.
So there we got confirmation the handlebars are facing the wrong way, right? So there is basically contamination, handling the saddle, handling the handlebars, right?
Yeah, because the rim's not going to, I'm just looking at the rim. not bent.
What is it? Form clear on Jeff. That's a big warning.
I guess maybe you're careful where you park it.
Okay, so let's go back a few more seconds. So there you got a little bit of an idea of how far the bike is from the road. Well, there's the police cruiser. So if you follow the road up, this ravine is right by the road. So it's basically suggesting that Suzanne was on her bike and then went off the edge of the road, right? The other thing that's interesting with this is if you say, well, the bike that Suzanne didn't ride the bike, then how did the bike get there? Well, I don't think somebody else rode the bike. I think somebody loaded the bike onto a vehicle, stopped there because it's on a road, stopped right there, and then just threw the bike, pushed the bike down the ravine right there. And you kind of got to ask a similar question, I think, as you do in the Ramsey case. If you didn't have the ransom note, what would be your first thought? Okay. In this case, if you didn't have this bicycle, if it was a case of the bicycle's just not part of this at all, what would your first thought be? In other words, one day Suzanne's at home and the next she's not. What would your first thought be? Wouldn't you be more inclined to ask Barry questions, to say, well, this is strange. She couldn't just have disappeared, right? And Barry now, instead of that, can say, well, she was on the bicycle. I don't know what happened after that. I was in Broomfield, right? If you take that away, and if you also take him not going to Broomfield, what can he say to the police and what are they going to think? Does that make sense?
Careful where you park it, too. Just stay on there. Try not to touch it too much in case, yeah. Something's up with this front tire.
I don't think he's got.
Something's up with this front tire.
I don't think he's got gloves on. By the way, he's saying something's up with the front tire. It's not actually turning. So I don't know whether it jammed or whether could have been the brake, because I've also got those, what do they call them? Disc brakes. They can sometimes jam. I don't know whether the alignment was out, but that is also quite interesting. Was there some kind of mechanical problem with the bike, which would be why she wouldn't ride it? You know, like if you've damaged your mountain bike, you might then decide, well, I'm not going to ride it. So that would also be interesting from a bike specialist. You kind of want a bike mechanic to testify and say what he thought happened here. I see it is turning. The front wheel is turning.
Are you?
Okay, so I'm the daughter's boyfriend.
Okay.
And I'm here to...
Did you guys catch that? Did you guys catch that? This teenager is a boyfriend of one of the Morphew girls, and he actually gives some really useful insight into the context, the family dynamics, the emotions, what's being said, what's being felt, from the perspective of someone who's actually quite close to the family, is close to one one of the girls.
It's your truck?
That's my truck.
See my did shit because never mind. I got something here. So you haven't seen the mom at all, have you?
Yep. So the 2 daughters are gone right now at the moment. The dad is in Denver for a job, and they text her because of Mother's Day, and they haven't heard. The text never went through, like it never delivered since this morning.
So that is that's kind of how this kind of happened. You know, so if you say who called 911, well, how it sort of started happening is it's Mother's Day, and their daughters are trying to get hold of their mother to wish her Mother's Day, and other people, I guess, as well. And then Suzanne's just not answering. It's not like her not to do that. And then people get more and more concerned. And so that is what leads to the alarm being raised. And you could definitely make the case that if Suzanne, if this happened not on Mother's Day, let's say this is the following weekend, that the alarm would have been raised much, much later, if at all. In fact, you'd almost expect Barry would come home from that job and say, well, I don't know where my wife is. I'll wait maybe another day, and then eventually call the authorities, right? But that's either a mistake made by the perpetrator, or in other words, I mean, I don't know if whoever committed this crime expected the police to be on the scene within a couple of hours, right? I don't know whether Barry expected to come home that night with the police already on the scene. What do you guys think?
And
let me put that question in chat. Do you think Barry expected to return that night with the cops waiting for him? And I mean, it's a similar question to Chris Watts. Do you think when Chris Watts went to work, I believe it's a similar question to Chris Watts, if you look at how he went to the well site, did he think that he would be summoned back to his home by basically lunchtime that same day? Do you think he anticipated that? Did he anticipate that Nicole Atkinson would come to the house, try and find Shanann, not find her, and then call the police like immediately? You may remember that Chris Watts actually said to her and said to her friend, please don't call the police, right? And he said, I'm on my way, but then they did call the police. So what do you guys think? Okay, so let's listen to the rest of this.
She's a big mountain biker. She normally takes her car.
Yeah.
And her bike's normally in the back of that. It's gone.
Was this open when you came here?
The neighbor was here that opened it, and then she shut it, and she went.
So he's just revealed a really big statement there, a very useful statement as well. He says what she normally did was, did you guys catch that? So she basically says that she would normally load the bike into a car and go somewhere else and mountain bike from there. That would be a normal thing. Does Barry say that when the officers are on the scene? Because just compare how helpful this teenager is in, he's just volunteering information. Maybe you should know this, maybe you should know that. She normally does this, she normally does that. To Barry, with his hands in his pockets, doesn't really have too much to contribute. I just find it quite interesting. But it's really, so the one thing that he does say that's quite interesting is he says she's a big mountain biker. So obviously that is a factor, that probably she had been mountain biking more often. Every day, I'm not sure if I would say that. This kid would probably know that. If you asked him, and I mean, you should perhaps put him on the stand and ask him this question, did she mountain bike every day? Like every day, what is that, 6 days a week? would she mountain bike on a Sunday? What did she normally do on a Sunday, right? What were her habits on a Sunday?
Was open when you came here?
The neighbor was here that opened it, and then she shut it, and she went back to her house. Her house is right over there.
Okay.
And then I came back and I opened it to come in the house.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you looked in the house for
I
her?
have. Yep.
All right. You looked through everything?
Yes.
You haven't found her?
No.
Okay.
Let's go
All right.
back.
Shut it, and she went back to her house in the morning. And she's a big mountain biker. She normally takes her car.
Yeah.
And her bike's normally in the back of that. It's gone.
Was this open when you came here?
The neighbor was here that opened it, and then she shut it.
So this kid knew that the mountain bike was gone, and that's why I think they started looking for the mountain bike. So they realized the mountain bike was gone and Suzanne was gone, but he was thinking, well, you would expect the mountain bike to be in the Land Rover, but it wasn't. So he was actually right. I think at this point they didn't know where the mountain bike was. They just knew that it was gone, and then they did eventually find it. I'm actually the same. I go through periods where I will drive my car with my bike to the point where I want to start riding. Right? I don't often ride from my home. I ride from other points, and so Suzanne typically does that. And so this, according to this kid, is kind of unusual behavior.
And she went back to her house. Her house is right over there.
Okay.
And then I came back and I opened it to come in the house.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you looked in the house for
I
her?
have. Yep.
All right.
So Red Sky at Night says, and that is true. Jeff Libler did say, Jeff Libler was the one who encouraged her to get into mountain biking. When you say she's quite new at it, I think it depends on what you say is new. Or you new at it if you've been doing it for a year. I suppose she was relatively new at it.
You looked through everything?
Yes.
You haven't found her?
No.
Okay. All right. What time did you get here?
6 o'clock, and then I went all the way up Fusis because she's road up there, and I just drove the main road, couldn't find her, and then there's a couple spots that I could check, like trails and stuff, but I wanted to come back here to just like check back in and stuff.
Okay.
So there you heard that he says he arrived at 6, I think he means 6 p.m. So obviously the concern started in the afternoon, where is she? And then they started asking people to go there and check on her. And when they started their own little sort of investigation, they couldn't find her. And then the first thing they noticed was her bike's not there, which means she's she may be biking. But then I guess you could also say after 2, 3, 4 hours, she should have been back by now, right?
Has she ever gone up 225?
Colorado Trail right there?
Like, you know the big hill once you come
Yeah.
off the highway?
Well, she hasn't, and I haven't checked there yet because that climb at the beginning is really hard.
Yeah.
And I think that it would be out of characteristic for her to do that. But I mean, someone needs to go there, I think.
Why would you say it is like unfair?
Well, because it's kind of a crazy.
Okay.
So I don't know this area that well, and what I do notice, he's saying they're referring to a really tough climb on a particular route. And I don't know if you remember Barry saying you need to search up that route. I don't know if they're referring to the same route. This kid's saying that's uncharacteristic. He's saying, she wouldn't normally do that. I don't know whether it's referring to the same thing. I'm not a local, but I would want to check that as an investigator.
It's kind of a crazy climb to get up there. It's like not really rideable. You got to push your bike before you can start riding.
All right.
Yeah.
Do you have a driver's license on you?
Yeah. It's in my truck. And here's my dad pulling up.
That's your dad?
That's my dad right there.
Okay. S211.
Good.
All right, so this is one of the daughter's boyfriend. And he's saying it'd be out of ordinary for her to travel up that way. Where we found the bike.
Wait, where did they find her bike?
The bike's leaning up against the sheriff.
So there you've just heard, they've just said they found her bike. And so this is, I don't know if the time is accurate there. I don't know if it's 10 to 8. It doesn't look right to me, but who knows. But basically it was very late afternoon, and because they were searching for her, they did eventually find her bike. And this is the moment that that's happened.
Yeah.
Do we know what she was wearing in reference to the jacket?
Do you know what she usually wears when she goes riding?
She has a couple different sets of clothing in terms of what she wears riding, so I'm not sure exactly what she put on today.
Okay, what are some of the outfits she wears?
Blue shorts, like turquoise blue shorts.
Can you pull her
She
up on
has
Instagram?
Yeah, she has a
mountain
blue
biking
helmet, which she always wears.
Okay.
A like turquoise blue helmet.
You guys have
So again, what is really interesting to do is you juxtapose this kid talking to the officer and Barry talking to the officer. Look how helpful this kid is. I'm going to show you photos of the outfits that she would wear. I'm going to show you this. This is what she normally does. What does Barry say? It's 3 or 4 words. Was it a crash? Mountain lion? And that's basically it.
her bike though.
Yeah, we do.
But not her.
Not her.
Okay.
Where'd you find her bike?
Off of that road that I was asking you about.
Oh,
why you said it was
in
uncharacteristic.
Chavano.
Just right out here on the road.
Right out there. Okay.
Right where you found.
Where that road takes off up the.
That's her.
She wear any jackets?
She probably would have had.
What kind of jackets does she wear?
I mean, a windbreaker.
A windbreaker.
I don't know what color.
I saw her,
I mean, we don't even know what time she left today.
Yeah,
but they have cameras.
they have cameras, but they've been out of commission for a while.
Hey, 11, can you get a list of the
So
trails
her bike was close to the road.
that way, if we get search and rescue out here, they can focus on those.
So there you've also heard a important component to this case is that this house has got security cameras, but they are not functional. And so that's kind of where you've also got to think about, could a crime have been committed at the house without it being caught in the security web, all those sensors, right? It's a yes or no question. Could a crime have been committed at the house and it's going to not be captured on some kind of system, right? And that's the one question. The other question is, if there is a security system, who would know that it's not working? Who would know that it's not working?
Yeah, I'm working on that right now. What were some of the other trails you said? She rides up Booses and
Yep, she rides up Fuses. Normally when she takes her car, she goes down to what's that road called? That's right down at the gate. Goes up to Norfolk Lake.
Okay, what about
So already what's being established is this is unusual, that she would normally not just get on her bike and ride. And let me, I think I need to address this aspect, because I've driven there. So I've driven to the MORPHEW home. It doesn't really make sense, in my opinion, to get on a mountain bike and go anywhere from that point. And I'll tell you why, because there's a very short stretch of dirt road, and then there's tar. Sort of a very short stretch of road, and then there's the highway, and it's on in order to get onto the dirt road where the MORPHEW property is, it's on kind of a steepish sloping road. And so once you on that road, you're either going to go one way or the other way. The one way is going to take you very quickly away from home, and the other way is going to be it's not an impossible climb, but quite a steep climb, right? It's not a nice place to start a mountain bike ride, I think. And so I can understand why she would load her, because it's a very short little ride in pleasant surroundings, and then you're at the road. And that's a busy road, and it's steep one way and steep the other way. So I can understand she would load the bike up, drive somewhere else that is a trail that is, something that is going to suit her. That does make sense.
Around here, so she didn't take her car. She clearly
Okay,
left from
so
here.
she would have gone up Fusus, I assume, or to the Colorado
Across,
Trail.
you go straight across the
There's
highway.
that
The
trail.
Colorado Trail is right there.
Okay.
So you can go up that ridge there,
Yeah.
and that gets on the Colorado Trail.
And did you just let him know about it? Do you live in the area?
No, he dates her.
Right.
Yeah.
So he called you and let you know?
Well, we were talking to their daughters on a road trip. We were talking to them down in town.
Okay.
And then I said, yeah, why don't you run up there and see if you can't find her. And so then once he'd been gone a while, I drove up here.
I know this is a weird question, but did Barry and Suzanne get along pretty well?
So can you see how long it's taken for the officer to ask arguably the obvious question? Did you guys catch that? I know this is a strange question, but have they been getting along? Right. And I think it's inevitable that the officer is going to be thinking it's Mother's Day and no one's here. Where's the dad? Where are the kids? Right. And so far with dad not being here, we've been able to establish this is normal, this isn't normal. And so already the officer's stating, I think, kind of the obvious question. And I think even more important, how does this kid answer that? And bear in mind, he is close to the family in the sense that he's obviously seen them interacting. So let's see what he says. Let's go back slightly just to hear that question again.
Did Barry and Suzanne get along pretty well?
You can answer honestly.
I think they've had some problems.
Okay.
Yeah, in the past.
So doesn't that kind of tell you everything? If they were happy, would you hesitate? Like if a happy couple and someone says, how are they getting along? You'd be like very, very willing to answer that question. You'd be, no, they're getting along great. They're so perfect for one another and blah, 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 blah. But if they're not, if there are problems, well, then you sort of feel like, well, that's private. I feel a bit awkward saying, am I crossing a line, right? And the fact that this kid actually feels that there are problems, doesn't that mean that those problems are quite significant, right? I mean, think about that. If you've got children and their boyfriends or girlfriends know that your relationship's not going well, then it must be really not going well. And it wasn't just a one-off blip. It's something that's quite serious.
Road trip. We were talking to him down in town.
Okay.
And then I said, yeah, why don't you run up there and see if you can't find her. And so then once he'd been gone a while, I drove up here.
I know this is a weird question, but did Barry and Suzanne get along pretty well?
You can answer honestly.
I think they've had some problems.
Okay.
Yeah, in the past.
Like just normal.
Normal husband and wife type deal.
They talk about separating or anything
they
like
have,
that?
yeah.
So that is also huge. Is he says, yeah, it's normal husband and wife deal, and then he says, did they talk about separating? And he says, yeah. And that is not, I won't say it's not normal, but that is a significant level of trouble in paradise. And the fact that he also knows that they've been talking about divorce, separation, means that things have escalated to quite a serious level, right? And that gives a little bit of what's the word? So this uncomfortable feeling that the officer has, that is unfortunately reinforcing that. It's taking that idea forward. It's not taking it back. It's not saying they did want to get divorced, but they fixed things up or they sorted it out. Or you know what? In the last week, they've been actually really good together. He's saying actually they've had trouble and they have been talking about divorce. And now it's Mother's Day and the family is all over the place. Somebody said the daughters were on a camping trip. they were at a church camp in Idaho, which is pretty far away. It's not like they were just, excuse me, it's not like they were just around the corner. And if they wanted to come home, they went like at a sleepover at a neighbor or something like that. And they could come over willy-nilly. In order for the daughters to come home unexpectedly, well, it was going to always take several hours to get from Idaho to Puma Path Road.
I would, yeah.
And you know this through
Macy.
Yeah, I'm
Macy.
very close with her.
Yeah, it's
her daughter.
important that you, at this
I know,
point,
I
you
know,
tell
I know,
them anything that
yeah.
you know, like that.
Yeah, and he is in Denver for a work job. He's a landscaper, and he's got a big job in Denver. So that's where he is at right now.
Okay.
And Macy and the older sister Mallory are on a road trip. Where are they?
Okay, so we're not going to look at that again. We're going to now jump to them going into the home. There's another example of just how much wood is right by the front door, firewood, right?
Something that she's worn today, and let's not touch anything just for in case.
Okay. Is this unlocked?
Yes. Which way would that be? This way?
Okay, so did you guys catch that? Let's go back a second. Can you see there's a pile of wood in this alcove? So again, why do you need to put that sort of varnished ornamental wood in this fireplace? It doesn't look like it's closed at this point. When you've got a stack of wood right there, why was that piece of wood in there? I'll try and get a slightly better image of that.
This way?
Can you see that is wood over there? That actually looks like a skull, but that is wood. So why is there that piece of wood fragment that's in the fireplace? That's when they've got more than enough firewood.
Anything down there?
These are all heard right here.
Yeah.
Have you got a plastic bag?
So can you see again, hand in pockets, hands constantly in pockets?
Or a paper bag?
It's sports bras again. I mean, it's direct contact with the skin.
See, now what you would want to look at here, I can't really make too much out here, but they apparently found one plate that had been washed or that was next in the sort of rack, drying rack, which seemed to indicate that one person ate dinner on Saturday night. See if you can see that in this picture. I'm not sure if I can.
No, we should just be fine with one.
Go back slightly.
Sports bras again. I mean, it's direct contact.
Try and look out for that plate that's on the drying rack or I guess on the counter.
No, we should just be fine with one.
So those are recycling clothing that they're putting in there. Now, if you think about this kind of in an objective way, Suzanne supposedly went for a mountain bike ride, why are they taking her cycling clothing away? Now, if you think of it just in a very interesting way, well, what if she never went mountain biking? And what if her mountain biking clothing is in the house, but then the person who is trying to cover this up realizes, oh crap, I forgot to get rid of her mountain bike clothing. I better get rid of it now. Well, now that ship has passed. In other words, by putting her mountain bike clothing in these bags, the question then arises: did she have any additional mountain bike clothing? Right? It's quite an interesting issue that law enforcement are sort of dealing with. Another thing that they could be doing here is looking at the fibers that belong to this material, and are they going to find any of that on the mountain bike? Are they going to find any of that at the scene where the bike was found?
How do you turn on the exterior lights? Which light switch is it? All of them do?
So do you remember I said one thing that's always a problem is when someone is suspected of a crime and they supposedly don't know anything about it, and you tell them something has happened, they accept it instantly. Is Barry looking in the house for her? You know, like, could she have bumped her head and or could she be sleeping, or she passed out in bed? Maybe she drank too much and she passed out. Is there any attempt for him to look through the house? Right? He seems to be very passive in the situation. He's not saying anything to the officers. They are basically taking the initiative.
Yeah, you go up here.
You see, he's still got his hands in his pockets. So we just passed the pile of wood again on the side. Kind of unreal. There's no attempt even to make small talk, just no conversation.
So if you realize what you grabbed, right? Those shorts? Yeah. Those are for mountain biking. Yeah. Like the padded shorts you wear when you mountain biking. Yeah. So that, I'm curious.
Yeah, I saw that. They were bike shorts.
Yeah.
And so I got them. You know, she's like to the house ready. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Sorry. So I don't know what that aside was all about, but one wonders whether the cops weren't thinking, well, if she went biking, why isn't she wearing her shorts? And although on the one hand, that's an understandable thing to say, I've got several pairs. I've probably got 4 or 5 pairs. Not everybody does, but if you are into mountain biking in a big way, you probably will have quite a few pairs of those. I wouldn't be surprised if Suzanne only had 1 pair. There are a lot of people who are sort of fun mountain bikers who only have 1 pair of cycling shorts, right? I don't know if there's anyone here who is like that. Is there anyone here who mountain bikes and you've only got 1 pair of mountain biking shorts? I'd be interested to know. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so what are we going to look at next? So there are a couple of questions I want to bring to your attention, and then we're going to look at some of the videos I've made. So have a look here. Did the killer want Suzanne's body to be found? Did the killer want Suzanne's body to be found? What do you guys think? Ido says, we know she has turquoise shorts. Those were dark blue or black. Okay. Quite a good point. So the reason you might say the killer wanted Suzanne's body to be found is possibly because he thought possibly felt he's being wrongly implicated. And so if it's found, then maybe someone else might be implicated. That's one way to interpret it. Another way is you could say, did the killer purposefully dig a shallow grave hoping that the remains would be found? In other words, that the idea was that they would be found eventually, but found in such a state that you wouldn't want to do anything with them. And I think it's an interesting thought because it forces you to kind of think critically. I think the answer is absolutely no. I don't think the killer wanted her body ever to be found, her remains ever to be found, because it confirms then that she's not alive. As long as that question is out there, as long as the thought is out there that she might be alive, even if it's very unlikely, that benefits him. So this is I wouldn't say it's a huge setback, but it's a bit of a setback for I think the defense in this case, right? Another way of looking at that question is you might say, if you have got a $15 million lawsuit and the lawsuit is about being falsely accused, and then the evidence is revealed in a really remote place and it looks like you had nothing to do with it, then doesn't that evidence help your $15 million lawsuit? And although I think that's an interesting thought experiment, I still think the killer would probably prefer the remains not to have been found. But that then raises another question. Why not dig a much deeper hole? Why not take more time and effort to make sure that it's not going to be found? And obviously we're dealing with nature, and nature finds a way. We're dealing with animals in the wild and scavengers, but nevertheless you would think that wouldn't you not dig a shallow grave, you'd dig a deep grave. You would try and put more effort into making sure that those bones never come back up to the surface. Do you guys agree with that? Elise, good to see you. Ido TV says the high desert is hard to dig in. Some parts of it, I mean, we know that the site where Watts was, that sand was that soil was quite soft, almost like beach sand, and so there are exceptions to that. Someone says he was in a hurry and digging is hard work. Someone says he wanted the evidence to be contaminated and destroyed by animal predation. That's quite an interesting possibility. That is quite an interesting possibility, especially if you think about the possibility that the perpetrator might be a hunter. If you put those two together, they sort of that could be a possibility. Yeah. Lynn Lippy says no, he did not want the body found. Okay, that's a good point. Okay, so that's the one question. The next question is, why do you think the body was found now? Why do you think the body was found now? I suppose you could answer that in a stupid way and say, well, because there were officers investigating another case and the sort of fabric of the one case crossed over the fabric of this case. And so it was serendipitous. It was fortuitous that it happened. That was why it happened now. But I think there's another alternative. I mean, the one alternative is that the perpetrator, like I say, wanted the body to be found. I don't know if I believe that. The other alternative is that the climate conditions changed. In other words, whatever state the body was buried in wasn't sufficient for it to be protected from animals in the area. And so over time, the animals did what they did. And because they brought, think about it like this, because the animals brought those bones to the surface and scattered them, if those bones were all in one place underground, even in a shallow grave, then would her remains ever have been found? And I think the answer is no. You know, in other words, her remains would have been below line of sight, below the surface of the ground, and basically invisible in a sort of a nondescript graveyard on a field. And so when you say why now, well, the answer is probably because summer allowed these animals to gain access, and they did, and then this was brought to the surface, and it created a kind of a fabric on the surface of the ground, and then fortuitously for us, fortuitously for those who want justice, the fabric of another case crossed over this one. And I mean, who in a million years would have expected that to happen? Something must have happened in terms of some other investigation that drew the police in this direction. I'd really like to know the details of this other case. I wonder when we'll know them. Okay, and so the final question, let's have a look at it. Would it have been found, would the remains have been found if the fabric of the other case didn't cross with this one? Would Suzanne's remains have been found if this other crime just simply didn't happen? What do you think? So have a look at some of your comments. Doubtful, no, apparently not. I don't think so either. I think it's very doubtful. If there was kind of human development in that area, then who knows? Then who knows? It's also difficult to answer that question without knowing the state of those bones, right? Okay, so let's have a look at this interview.
Now we're going to check back into the story of Suzanne Morphew. The Colorado mother vanished on Mother's Day 3 years ago. Her husband Barry had been charged with murder, but he's now suing prosecutors after they dropped all charges last year. Ariel Reshef has an exclusive interview with Morphew and his daughters. Good morning, Ariel.
Good morning to you guys. Barry Morphew says his life is ruined. That $15 million civil suit accuses prosecutors and law enforcement of lying and withholding evidence, focusing only on Barry Morphew and humiliating him. But authorities tell us they didn't drop the charges because they thought Barry was innocent. They felt they didn't have enough evidence to convict without Suzanne's body.
So I must say, I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know if they didn't pursue the charges or they dropped the charges because they didn't have enough evidence. I feel like they dropped the charges because they were wrong-footed and they lost all their experts. Do you remember that? I mean, the case was going to trial. I mean, obviously it was going to trial originally because the prosecution felt they did have enough evidence. So, I mean, there may be an aspect to it that's true, that they felt that they could do with more evidence, but I don't think that's the central reason why they dropped the charges. Do you agree?
This morning, demands for justice for Suzanne Morphew, 3 years after the Colorado mom mysteriously vanished on Mother's Day in 2020. Authorities believe she is dead, her body never found, now officially classified a cold case.
Somebody in this community needs to keep her name out there.
Suzanne's husband is standing by him.
You never had a shred of doubt once you heard the evidence from law enforcement against your dad?
I've never had a shred of doubt. Not one.
Prosecutors say at the time they believed that they were close to finding Suzanne's body and dropped those charges against Barry, hoping for additional evidence. Authorities tell ABC News they still believe Barry Morphew could be involved in his wife's disappearance and aren't ruling out future charges.
Law enforcement, the DAs, believed that they had their guy, and they believe that there's a mountain of evidence against you. There's just not Suzanne's body.
They're wrong. They've got tunnel vision. And they looked at one person, and they've got too much pride to say they're wrong and look somewhere else.
These charges were dropped without prejudice, which means if authorities feel like there's more evidence, they could charge you again. Do you live with fear of that?
Well, I was innocent the first time they arrested me, so I'm sure it's possible. But I don't have anything to worry about. I've done nothing wrong.
Was there any indication before she disappeared that something was amiss?
No.
Did you observe any fights, arguments, disagreements between your mom and your dad that concerned you before?
No.
Prosecutors are...
So there you've got his daughters backing him up, which is a little bit different to what the daughter's boyfriend said. One wonders how they're getting along these days. I do want to ask Liesl, you sent me an email. Are you happy for me to read what you said in the email? I haven't actually, I'm not sure if you actually got the email that I sent you. Anyway, I'm awaiting your confirmation on that. Anyway, I'm glad you made it. So let's play the rest of this.
Offering texts which appear to show a strained marriage, Suzanne referring to Barry as Jekyll and Hyde, and just before she disappeared telling Barry, "I'm done." Suzanne confiding in a friend, "Macy and I had a very tough talk yesterday. She's weary of the tension here. She knows how he is toward me and..."
So it's quite strange how you literally in this media clip, you've got the daughter saying, no, there's absolutely nothing wrong with their relationship, right? And then them looking at these texts where the mother is talking about tension, begged me to divorce him, and within the context of the children, and then also there's the I've just lost my train of thought. Yeah. I'm just trying to think what the other thing was that indicated. Yeah, I mean, these texts are referring to the daughters and what is being said to them, and yet on camera they don't say anything. As far as I know, the texts indicate that Barry told his daughters that their mother was having an affair. And so they've just elected not to say that in an interview regarding suspicion. They've just decided not to say that.
Almost begged me to divorce him. He's still pulling Mal in. But Barry and his daughters deny the marriage was in trouble.
It's also interesting the terms that Suzanne Morphew uses, Jekyll and Hyde. Someone who's like a Jekyll and Hyde, I just mean if you're going to, someone may show two sides of themselves here and there, but if you start to give them like a nickname that you're Jekyll and Hyde, it probably means that there's a pattern of that. There's a pattern of being one way and being another way. And one thing that's interesting with Barry is, and we're going to play a video of that, is in one of the texts, he kind of threatened in an indirect way. He kind of seemed to threaten to take his own life. He wasn't happy with how the sort of negotiation was going in terms of Suzanne leaving him and wanting to leave him. And he kind of said, well, I'm going to go to my savior. And he seemed to be telling her that, you know, if things keep going this way, I'm going to see my savior, meaning I'm not going to be alive anymore. And I don't believe that he did want to do that. I think it's a way of controlling someone else's emotions by threatening to do something. And I think that idea of saying, you know what, if you do that, I might go and see my savior. That is someone who is pivoting from one strategy to get their way to another strategy. That's the sense that I get.
We had a wonderful life, wonderful marriage. She was just so loving and giving and such a good mother.
Before her disappearance, Suzanne fighting cancer.
And I know that she was going through chemotherapy for the last couple of years before her disappearance. And I know she was going through some hard things and made some bad decisions.
What kind of bad decisions?
She was really having trouble with the chemotherapy and the drugs.
Investigators also say she was involved with someone else.
When you found out that Suzanne was having an affair, what was your first thought?
So again, what's interesting is they're sitting here in an interview setting, and it's up to the reporter to bring up, well, you know what, we do actually know about the affair. Are we going to talk about that?
My heart was broke. My heart was broken. I didn't believe it.
What's been the hardest part?
Just not having mom.
Not knowing.
It's really difficult, especially because of the lack of closure we have.
And Barry.
So that is also why I couldn't help thinking that the thought just sort of came up in my mind where I thought, did the killer want her remains to be found because he is seeing what this lack of closure, this uncertainty is doing, and it's something that he hadn't anticipated? I don't know, it's just a thought. Again, personally, I don't think that the killer did want the remains found. But I do think we are now at least at a point where for the Morphew girls, there is a kind of a closure. You know, it must be a terrible thing just to not know someone that you love, are they alive or not. I mean, that must be a terrible state to be in. Theoretically, the McCanns, Madeleine McCann's parents, have that same uncertainty, theoretically, that they think that she's going to come through the door one day, right? Yeah. Okay, so let's just see the rest of this.
Barry Morphew has moved out of Colorado because he says the public and media scrutiny has been too much on him and his daughters. The Chaffee County Sheriff's Office and DA Linda Stanley both saying they cannot comment on pending litigation or on ongoing investigations.
Yeah, so we do wonder what is going to happen next. What is the next step in the story? Are we going to see charges? There are news headlines such as the following. I think, do I have them here? Let's do this. Like this. Can Barry Morphew be charged again with murder? Right? What do you think the answer is? What's the answer to that question? Can Barry Morphew be charged again? Right, and I think most of you do know the answer. Because the charges were dropped without prejudice, it means that he can be charged again. The question is, when is that going to happen? When's it going to happen, if it is going to happen? Okay, so I'm not going to deal with that because I think it's fairly obvious. We're now going to go on to some of the analysis I did previously. So we're going to look at some of my YouTube videos from previously. Let's start with this one. Oh dear. Okay, let's just wait for the ad to finish playing. Okay. It's almost there. Okay. Let's skip the ad. Okay. Whenever Barry Morphew attends trial, flanked by his two daughters, they all seem to be smiling. They seem to smile as they enter the court and seem to come out all smiles as well. And no, it's not a trick of the lighting. It's not special effects or Photoshop. They really are smiling as they head to court to listen to legal arguments surrounding whether Barry Morphew murdered his wife and their mother or not. Yesterday, Iris Ayton, one of his lawyers, said it's not even a homicide case. It's a missing persons case. Before we get to the rest of this analysis, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do like, and let's get started. So the precise quote reads, "I want to get the facts straight. It's not a no-body homicide. It's a missing person case." And that is what was quoted by Lauren Schaaf at the Barry Morphew hearing yesterday. That's March 30th. As defense lawyer Scott Reich astutely pointed out in his reaction to this latest legal ploy, Barry himself asked for his wife to be legally recognized as incapacitated so that he could be made guardian of her assets. Once guardianship was given, Barry promptly liquidated many of their assets. Page 52 of the affidavit also refers to Barry apparently calling Suzanne's father, Gene, 2 weeks after her disappearance, sounding distraught and saying they were trying to pin Suzanne's death on him. I've also found an allegation on Reddit that suggests or claims that Barry said to Gene at the time, "It doesn't look like she's coming back," but the link provided for that source has since been removed. And of course, Gene Werman himself passed away on November 10th, 2020. So it's not clear whether whatever was said in that conversation can be verified. The affidavit doesn't refer to Barry saying the quote provided on Reddit either. And now we go to another aspect that is highlighted by Lauren Schaaf. She writes, or she tweeted, quote, "One of the expert witnesses the defense wants to strike is a forensic nurse who looked at photos of Barry Morphew's scratches on his arms and hand, but did not meet or examine Barry Morphew in person. That will be determined on April 29th. In other words, whether this forensic nurse will be allowed as a witness. That will be determined at the end of next month. So what do you think the prosecution wanted in terms of that testimony of this forensic nurse? Basically, kind of an expert, right? Someone who's going to say, I've seen this kind of injury before. I've seen these kind of wounds on skin. What do you think the prosecution were counting on in terms of their expert, right? And it obviously was for her to say, do those look like fingernails? Here's another example of fingernails, right? Blah, 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 blah. And as far as I know, this was just one of the many experts that was thrown out. And I think the reason they did this was because the argument was you can't use this expert because this expert never actually saw Barry's arm, like never actually saw the real thing. To me, I don't really accept that. I mean, personally, I can understand the argument. In fact, the same argument was made with the Ramsey ransom note, where they said the document examiners on the defense side, in other words, the Ramsey side, they all were able to examine the actual physical paper of the real ransom note, right? And and not the state's document examiners. I think Chetubowski was the only one. And that was something that very much helped their case. But I don't know whether it's a foolproof argument to say, well, here's a photo. Well, the real thing is better evidence. Well, it is, but I still think you can tell from the details of a photo what you're looking at, right? But that is a common argument used in defense cases, that the quality of the evidence has been distorted because you are now looking at a photograph or a copy, whereas we looked at the real thing and our expert says it's not that, right?
According to KRDO, quote, 2 of the prosecution's witnesses didn't show up, and a third is now not allowed to be used by the prosecution during the trial as part of a court sanction, end quote. What is clear, however, is that Barry's elite defense team have scored yet another series of points that have made headlines. Some prosecution witnesses will not testify in certain capacities or may not, and the prosecution team itself seems to be in a state of constant flux, with lead investigators fizzling as well as prosecutors seeming to be coming and going. The newest member of the team is the unfortunately named attorney Grant Goskebauer from the Arapahoe DA's office. On the flip side, it has been ascertained that Suzanne's scent wasn't tracked near her bicycle by canine units.
And that is, I don't think that's surprising, but I mean, that's just the police work showing that the whole bicycle thing is, a false flag. I do think it's if you an investigator in this case, if you're a prosecutor in this case, and you say, why is there staging? So first of all, if there's no scent going from the bicycle, I think you've got to say, well, what other explanation is there besides staging? And maybe there is another explanation. But let's assume that you accept that the only explanation for there being no scent around the bicycle is that it was staged. Then I think you've got to ask, who would stage this? And if you say, well, this person who has a criminal record, well, if you didn't even know he was in the area, you didn't even know he was there and there were no witnesses, why would you need to stage something? In other words, if you took all the evidence away, wouldn't this, if you had this person, this felon who came into this situation and he committed like the perfect crime, he went in, he went out, wouldn't everyone then assume Barry had done it if you took everything else away? Why would he need to stage the bicycle? Why would a foreign person, why would a non-family person need to stage something, right? All of that risks leaving their DNA all over the place, leaving evidence all over the place, being seen, extending their exposure to a crime scene. If they get in and out and they leave no evidence behind, then it's in a way going to implicate Barry. So why do you need any additional staging? The other side of it is, if Barry committed the crime and you took the bicycle away and Suzanne simply disappeared mysteriously out of her home from kind of on Mother's Day or the day before Mother's Day, and Barry was the last person to see her, well, what would you be thinking? And so what the mountain bike does, it's a question, is it takes her out the home into some kind of mysterious unknown thing. And you can even imagine that the Morphew daughters thought, maybe my mom did go mountain biking and we just don't know what happened to it. We just don't know. And that allows that thinking. You must also remember, whoever staged that mountain bike may have wanted specific people to think certain things, not just law enforcement, not just the media, not just the public, but maybe they wanted those girls to have a thought process as well. Who knows?
Also, although the judge is yet to rule on whether the case will go ahead or not, he hasn't ruled that it isn't going ahead, and we're now coming perilously close to the actual commencement of the trial date set months ago, which is now really with about...
What do you guys think of this comment? Just because someone's a hunter doesn't make them more likely to commit a crime. And I'm pretty sure if you're a hunter, you'd say, well, I'm a hunter. Does that make me more likely? Well, think about it. Hunters have got access to weapons. They are used to killing, right? And although on paper I agree that if you hunt animals, it doesn't mean that you don't like people. But I think what you're missing there is, if you're a hunter, you've got all the means at your disposal for committing a crime against another person. For example, you've got a weapon, you've got the skill set to use that weapon. You probably dealt with the bodies of the animals that you've killed. All of that is theoretically practice for something like that, right? The converse of that is someone who's not a hunter, who doesn't have a firearm, who has never killed anything in their lives. Would they be better? Would they be more skilled? Would they be more capable of committing the perfect murder than say a hunter? It's an interesting way of thinking about it. Okay. And I do think that is an interesting thought as well. And I mean, right now we are dealing with, in a way, we're dealing with 3 cases that sort of involve hunters. The one is Rex Uerman, who's a duck hunter, but he also loved hunting. Then you've also got Brian Coburg, who people say wasn't a hunter, but he did have that experience of fish and cleaning fish for a period of time. And then we've got a hunter that is in the fabric of this story. So definitely quite interesting. Thanks very much, Ashley. Thank you. Yeah, obviously, being a hunter doesn't mean you immoral. It simply means that you have the certain tools of the trade, right? I mean, if you take Chris Watts wasn't a hunter, didn't really have a campfire bone in his body, and so you get you get that sort of thing. But in the Chris Watts case, you could see from a mile away that a firearm wasn't used in that case, because there was just none of that in the backstory, right? Okay, so let's continue.
About 4 weeks to go, or 30 days to go. It would seem very late in the day to say, oh, okay, no, there's no substance for a trial. Something else tweeted by Lauren Scharf. She wrote, prosecution has new attorney on the team. She says the Barry Morphew trial is 4 weeks away. There's a Shrek hearing set for April 29th. And then also that in the motion hearing that she attended, I think they watched a Bodycam video of a canine arriving on the scene near Suzanne Morphew's bike. But
so that's quite an interesting map that's giving you quite a good sense. Remember what I said, if I was at the Morphew home with my mountain bike, I wouldn't want to really mountain bike there. There's the Morphew residence, right? And the bike was found. All of that is just a small little ribbon of dirt road there. It's barely half a mile, and then you're on the sort of the main highway, right? And as you can see, it's quite a steep slope going up, and it's quite a steep slope going down. I wouldn't want to start my mountain bike excursion here. Just not the best spot. And then interestingly, the helmet was found some distance away over there. And what the bike and the helmet seem to be suggesting is that Suzanne was going in the opposite direction to what Barry was going. If you think about it, Barry was going north. This turning sort of left over there is going away from Broomfield. And then that would then still raise the question on the telemetry of his vehicle. Did he drive straight to work that day? What do you think the answer is?
The dog could not find a scent of Suzanne Morphew near the bike scene.
Something that has happened lately in true crime, we saw it in the Murdoch case, we've seen it to some extent in this case, is the digital aspect in true crime has become so sophisticated that cars now provide a heck of a lot of information about their movements. From I didn't know this myself. When doors open, when they close, there are recordings of that. When brake lights initiate, when they go off, some indicate which gear the vehicle is in. It's now in reverse. Now the vehicle's reversing. Now it's stopped. Now it's going forward. And then also to some extent GPS data. And obviously some vehicles have got that a lot more detail regarding that, and some have less detail. But in terms of Barry Morphew's truck, every time the brake lights went on and off, that was recorded. Every time the door opened and closed, that was recorded. I don't know whether Barry knew that. I don't know whether Barry knew that that was something that would be recorded. I really don't know if he knew that. Also, did you know that your cell phone there can be a record of when you put your cell phone into airplane mode? In other words, if you want to commit a crime and you want to delete your messages or whatever, well, putting your phone into a particular mode and taking it out, that's going to be remembered in the cell phone's metadata. And that's also, for me, a very big indication of why, when this crime is committed, and you have that in the Koberger case, you have that in, I think, as far as I remember, the Summer Wells case, but in many cases, you also have it in the Amanda Knox case. Why, when the crime is committed, suddenly nobody's using their phone? So, I use my phone, and then a crime's committed. Suddenly, I just didn't really need to use my phone. Why is that? And that sort of comes into that thing. Is the absence of evidence here evidence, right?
On May 10th. That's quite significant. That's quite important. The judges also denied the odd defense motion while granting the prosecution the occasional concession, such as allowing CBI agent Caitlin Rogers to testify. So Lauren Scharf also tweeted the following: Judge denies defense motion D70. So CBI agent Caitlin Rogers will testify about DNA, and that's regarding the needle sheath cap found in the dryer. That will still be presented in trial.
So I'm not quite sure what that means. Let's just go back slightly.
Judge,
I don't know whether the DNA has got anything to do with the needle sheath cap, whether they found any DNA on that. I don't know if that's going to be the case. Is there anyone here who knows this case really, really well? Was DNA found on the needle sheath cap? I suppose you could say that if some was, you could say, well, if it is in the dryer, well, you could have anyone's DNA, because there's a lot of DNA in things like washing machines and dryers and in the house, that it's just touch DNA contamination.
Judge denies defense motion D70. So CBI agent Caitlin Rogers will testify about DNA, and that's regarding the needle sheath cap found in the dryer. That will still be presented in trial, but the court is excluding testimony from a veterinarian. Then it also refers to something, I'm not quite sure, it seems a bit uncertain, something about a tranquilizer gun is operable with duct tape, not operable how it was found. Anyway, fancy that. Fancy allowing a CBI agent, a law enforcement person, to actually testify about how they investigated a case in criminal court. Another interesting issue that was raised.
So what I thought was interesting in the lead up to all of this was the way the case was being defended, right? So you would imagine, if I'm innocent, you think I committed this crime. I'm innocent, I've got an alibi. You actually heard Barry saying I've got nothing to worry about. Then why not just go let your case proceed to a murder trial and humiliate the prosecution, and then you can also sue them, right? And what I mean is, so if the merits of your case are so strong, then let the case go to trial. Instead, what we saw was the prosecution stripped of one witness at a time, and ultimately the case not going to trial. So if you can ask yourself, there are two ways to win a trial, and let's acknowledge that we're talking about a murder trial and a criminal trial, right? There are two ways to, if you're the defense, to win it. The one way is it never goes to trial. You never have to explain anything. You never have to prove anything. You never have to argue anything. It simply doesn't get that far, and so you win. You win freedom for your client. The other way is you go to trial and you explain how ridiculous the prosecution's case is, and you win your case. And what did the defense elect to do here? Well, that chose the other strategy. You had very little arguing against evidence, and you had a lot of arguing against procedure. This didn't meet that deadline, and this, that, and the next thing. Very little arguing about actual evidence.
Raised is the clothing Barry was wearing on the afternoon of the incident. Those shorts raised is the clothing.
Let's just have a look at this slide. On June 6th, 2020, Barry closed on the 26040 Cal Carson Road, Arcadia property. So he sold it for $750,000. So that is literally about 1 month after his wife disappeared. Actually, less than a month. If she disappeared on May 10th, then it was about 4 days short of a month. Barry sold a property for $750,000, just like that. I mean, I thought his wife's missing, and I thought they believe that she's missing. Aren't you going to ask her if we can do this? Then it says, your affiant served Bank of the West a search warrant for the accounts associated to Barry and Suzanne. There's a deposit dated February 24, 2024, $40,000 from Monex. So that's about a month and a half before Suzanne's murder. There's a check written to Barry Morphew. The sign appears to be deleted in the amount of $30,000. So this is the financial narrative. On July 1st, 2020, Ken Townsend told your affiant that on June 25th, 2020, Barry paid, look at these large amounts of money, $160,000 for the Lot 8 property at Longhorn Ranch in Salida. So June 6th, he sells a property in Indiana. And then the following month, no, hang on. The same month, or basically 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, he buys another lot in Salida. Barry sold this back to Townsend in February for $150,000, so at a loss of $10,000. On July 13, 2020, Barry initiated a title change for Suzanne's Range Rover, selling it to Troy and Elizabeth Riley of Deputy in Indiana. So within 2 months of her disappearance, Barry had already sold a Range Rover. Now, do you think you'd sell someone's vehicle if you think they're still alive? On March 3rd, 2021, the Recorder's Office in Salida informed your affiant that they had just received a special warranty deal that Puma Path had sold to Mountain Renewal for $1.625 million. Now, you actually get the sense through Suzanne's texts to, I think it's Sheila Oliver, that she can't get divorced, she can't leave Barry until the house situation has been resolved. Well, here it gets resolved March 3rd, 2020. I think it's quite interesting that the house is sold last.
Barry was wearing on the afternoon of the incident. Those shorts, they say, were found in the dryer. When I say them, in the prosecution say the shorts he was wearing that day were found in the dryer. And I suppose they want to make the inference that the needle sheath cap for the tranquilizer dart was possibly inserted in one of those short pockets, meaning the dart cap went into the dryer that day.
I just want to see what this is all about. On May 10, the Ford F-350 registered 0 miles per hour with GPS at Morphea residence. That's 3:25 a.m. to 3:48 a.m. Now, do you remember, how good is your memory? Do you remember in the police video, Barry says, I think he says he left the property to go to Broomfield at 5 a.m. Let's see if we can try and find that.
I didn't see anything that would.
I didn't see anything, and they're not letting us go to the site
because we're getting attracted.
Dogs, we're bringing dogs.
Just right down in here, yeah.
Do you know where my husband and son are?
They probably went down to.
Search and rescue's on their way. Hey Barry, then I'll probably need your help to kind of tell me some of the trails that she frequents, so we can backtrack some of that stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So.
Oh man. And she's an avid mountain biker, right?
She's just started about 2 months. She's been here.
And just for confirmation, you left this morning at 5. Okay. And she told.
So there you have the officers saying, just to have confirmation, something about 5 in the morning, right? And he doesn't actually respond. He doesn't say yes, 5 or no, 4:30. He says she was sound asleep. What I get from that comment is that he told someone earlier, perhaps over the phone, or maybe he told another officer, and he's got that on his notes. Well, that's when he left the house at 5 a.m. Anyway, what's quite interesting is you've now got this kind of contradicting that, right? Do you see that? You've got the telemetry of the vehicle saying between 3:25 a.m. and 3:48 a.m., the Ford registered that. And then the doors opened and closed multiple times, meaning that the vehicle wasn't moving, but the doors were opening and closing. Why is this happening on May 10? This is Mother's Day. This is Sunday morning. Why are the doors of his truck opening and closing multiple times for, 10, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, between 3:25 a.m. and 3:48 a.m.? Weren't they supposed to be having sex that night and they slept soundly and whatever? SA Hoyland, Special Agent Hoyland, noted over 80 events involving the F-350 during this time frame. That's kind of what I'm watching about. 80 events during that 3:25 a.m. to 3:48 a.m. time frame. The location data for Suzanne's phone last registered with a tower near the Morphew residence at 4:23 a.m. And I think that is the last thing that her phone did. Her phone registered with a tower, and then you never heard from that the phone data again. And so Barry arrives at the Holiday Inn Express at 8:14 a.m. And then he makes these following texts. I made it to Broomfield, call me. Yeah, it says at 8:46 a.m. Barry walked into the hotel carrying 2 white trash bags, a khaki backpack, a pair of boots, a dark colored item, and a piece of clothing with blue teal coloring. Now, I don't know what that refers to, but doesn't it seem like that is perhaps some kind of cycling clothing associated with Suzanne Morphew? If that is the case, then we are dealing with quite a clever person in terms of, or quite a what's the word? I don't know if clever is the word. Yeah, quite a kind of a sneaky person. If that is cycling clothing, then it's quite someone has definitely thought this through quite carefully.
The dryer that day with those shorts, and we sort of get some reinforcement for this whole inference and this idea from this tweet by Lauren Schaaf, where she writes, quote, prosecution believes the shorts Barry Morphew was...
Yeah, that's the right word. That's the right word. That's also quite a good word.
...was wearing on May 9 were in the dryer where law enforcement found the needle sheath cap. Defense says Barry Morphew has many of the same shorts, and one of the pairs were found in his truck. So the defense have countered by saying that Barry has many shorts that appear the same, and one pair was also found in his truck. I want to conclude by repeating this quote from Iris Ayton. Remember, she said, I want to get the facts straight. It's not a no-body homicide. It's a missing persons case. Do you mean to tell me that Suzanne Morphew, 2 years after her disappearance, is sitting on a beach somewhere out there sipping on a mojito, blissfully unaware that her murder is making national news? That she voluntarily disappeared and somehow never made contact in her new afterlife with any of the people that were important to her? Not her father, not her daughters, none of her friends, not even her lover. Because that was the contention made in the Patrick Frazee case, that Kelsey Barrett was somehow still out there, and who knew her reasons for not making herself known. And guess what? Patrick Frazee lost his case. Patrick Frazee also believed no body, no crime. It's an interesting theory, this whole idea that Suzanne Morphew is still out there, except when you know the circumstances leading up to that crucial hinge in the timeline, 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. on May 9th, when the peak traffic to and from Suzanne's phone is suddenly silenced, and silenced forever. Well, then you kind of get this strange sense of something perhaps in the ether. And then the next day, Mother's Day, that silence continues.
Yeah, and I must say that is a fantastic point, is if you're saying Suzanne is still alive, right, then it's Mother's Day and she is a mother and she has a mother and there are mothers in this whole thing. Why is she completely silent on Mother's Day? Right? If you just take that, we think Suzanne's still alive. Okay, well, it's Mother's Day. So why does she get no message from anybody from the beginning of the day till the end? And why does she not send anything to anybody from the beginning of that day to the end of the day? And then within that, actually, no, we think she's still alive, right? That is what really doesn't make any sense in terms of just logic. I don't know if you guys know this, but a .22 round was also found in the bedroom. I don't know what to make of that. at the bottom of this, I don't know if you guys can make out the bottom. Special Agent Grusing showed Barry a photo of a .22 round in his bedroom, asking Barry if he knew where it was from. He said, "No, I don't." He guessed it came from his pocket when Suzanne was folding something.
While her close family, these individuals striding into and out of court, smiling as if the world is just the way it should be. Well, where were they on Mother's Day? Where were they when Suzanne...
So if we look at this page, sorry for the graffiti on it, he was asked about, have you ever shot a tranquilizer gun? He was asked, about the whole tranquilizer dart aspect. And so he says, I've told you I don't want to get into trouble with the DNR. I'm telling you right now, I've shot 2 deer with my tranq gun because I used to raise deer and I collect horns. And I'll tell you exactly what I did. He said, they're in the yard. I shoot them. They go to sleep, meaning I shoot deer. They go to sleep. So he's admitting that he's been using the tranquilizer dart on animals. Not that he bought it and he never used it, that he has been using it. He says, I get the tranquilizer, I shoot the deer, I take off their horns, I cut their horns off, I wake them up and they go off with no horns on the head and I cut their horns. That's his story. So he's used to doing a thing where he tranquilizes, gets what he wants, gets the thing that he wants, and then XYZ. Special Agent Grissing said Barry's friends in Indiana talked about that, and he replied, it's totally illegal. It's totally illegal, and I'm not going to share that with the DNR. And nobody even asked him about the tranq dart, but you're going to find tranq darts around my property because I've done that. Okay, so that's that page.
Suzanne was supposedly, I guess, alone at home. Why was Suzanne supposedly alone at home on Mother's Day? Well, they seemed to be apparently busy with other things when Suzanne simply disappeared. So if we look at where we are now and we look at the scores, the sort of successes Morphew's defense team have had, it tends to be with things like having witnesses excluded, right? And almost you kind of get the sense that they don't really want the case to go to trial. And that would be the biggest success of all if the case doesn't go to trial. But what if it does? What if it does go to trial? Do you think the defense will score a success during an actual court case where they've actually got to explain the very interesting and very strange activities that took place on May 9th and May 10th? If it gets that far, do you think they're going to continue to score points? Thank you for listening, and I'll see you guys next time.
Okay, so that's the one video. Let's have a look at this one.
True crime. Do you remember those words? The skies over Baghdad have been illuminated, while the skies over Colorado feel like they've been illuminated, don't they? With the latest revelations coming out of day 1 and day 2 of the long-awaited preliminary hearings of Barry Morphew, so much more of the underlying dynamics that we were trying to figure out quite a few months ago have now, we've just got much greater clarity on that, haven't we? And so we're going to, in this episode, we're going to examine the final text to Suzanne on May 10th at 6:10 a.m. and also some of...
So the apparent final text to Suzanne, it's actually not the final text because he texted her from Broomfield to say something. But one of the final texts was, "You up?" And that's what this is. And that was sent at 6:10 a.m. And the question is, wasn't that a staged text?
The other highlights from days 1 and 2 from the preliminary hearing. Before we get to that, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do. Like, share, leave a comment. She was dead. Chris Watts did the same, as did Patrick Frazee via Crystal Kenny, as did Scott Peterson via voicemail, and Jody Arias, ditto. If digital breadcrumbs can be used as inculpatory evidence, it can also be laid down as exculpatory. The trick is knowing the difference. And so if we go to an article from Fox News, I'll put a link to that in the description. It refers to something in the preliminary hearing that was revealed that at 6:10 in the morning on the morning of his wife's disappearance, Barry sent her a text message. And what he said was, "You up? Happy Mother's Day. I love you." Now, one of the ways to figure out how...
So think about that. On Mother's Day, Barry sends a text very early in the morning. "You up? Happy Mother's Day. I love you." Do you think that is... do you think that is what happened? I mean, do you think that Suzanne got the text, and do you think that text is authentic, right? Do you think that text means that he did love her and that everything was fine and that she was actually alive at that point? Bearing in mind, there's this idea that didn't Barry stumble on Suzanne the afternoon before, sending selfies and engaging with Jeff Libler? And what's quite interesting as well, with if you are Jeff Libler, you would say, wow, it's really crazy. We had all of these interactions. I don't know if you're in a relationship with someone and the other person's far away and you kind of in love with one another, you'll have all of these interactions. What do you think about that? Answer. I really like that. Look at this picture. Answer, chat. And so, on one day, the next day, chatter, pictures sent this way and that way, and then suddenly it just stops. And now on Mother's Day, does Jeff Libler hear from Suzanne when he says, "Hey, happy Mother's Day, what's going on?" And so when Barry sends this text, do you agree that it's a fake text, or do you think, no, it could actually be a real text? And if the defense proved that there was some kind of abductor, well, maybe this was a real text. Maybe they did make up that night, and the next morning their marriage was back on track. What do you guys think?
Disingenuous this was that Barry was heading to work on a Sunday in a city where it is illegal to do the sort of work he intended to do on a Sunday. He knew that, but he was guessing no one else would know. Big mistake. Going back to the Fox News article, this is quoting from it. Harris said on the same day that Suzanne and Barry clashed over cheating allegations on May 6th, Barry also sent his wife messages about suicide. And this is what he texted her. He said,
so can you imagine on May, so remember what Suzanne said, that he's a Jekyll and Hyde. Now you might say she's wrong, or she's embellishing, or she's exaggerating, or it's just not true. Well, the other side is, in these text messages, you kind of get this idea that Barry wants to no longer be alive, right? That he's talking about taking his life. That is how bad things are. That is how unhappy he is. That's how bad the relationship is. That is how unpleasant things are going in their relationship dynamic, right? That's May 6th. Are you telling me that 4 days later it's Happy Mother's Day, I love you?
going to see my Savior. This life on earth is a mere grain of sand compared to eternity. That is what he texted Suzanne on May 6th, according to Fox 21. 2 days later, on May 8th, Suzanne texted her sister Melinda and said that Barry was abrasive and abusive. Now, and that's the end of the quoted section. So,
okay, so mods, I just want to draw your attention to a statement like that. We don't want to see this sort of commentary on this channel. we aren't making any unambiguous claims that Barry committed this crime. We are trying to just look at the evidence and try and figure out what happened, but it's up to a jury to judge this case, right? I just want my mods to make sure that we don't see these sort of comments in chat. Sky Ricky, I hope you can delete this comment and just I don't actually have that option. The option I've got here is what does it say? Put user in timeout or ban user and delete their comments. So I'd rather not do either of those. If you can just delete that comment, I'd appreciate it. Thanks a lot for that. Thank you.
It appears that Barry was well versed at emotional blackmail. If there was a way to control Suzanne, it was to throw the kitchen sink at her, emotionally speaking, threatening to take his own life, I guess, if she left him. But Barry didn't want Suzanne to stay for his sanity or because he loved her. He needed her as a means to get his paws on her treasure.
Do you think that is true? Do you think Barry loved Suzanne? Like, why do you think Barry wanted to stay married to Suzanne? Right? Like, think about it like practically. Why does Barry want? Because hasn't Barry found out that she's having an affair, right? So why does he still want to stay married to her? He doesn't seem like the kind of guy who, how can I put it? Like he could have a second life. He could meet someone else and live a good, second half of his life. So why would he want to stay married to someone who's cheating on him? Who says she doesn't love him? Why would he want to stay in that? Is it because he still loves her?
At least that's what I suspect. When it was clear that she was unwilling to be controlled, did Barry cash in his chips? So this is another quote from the article.
So, I did show you guys the financial narrative, and what is really interesting, I always talk about premeditation and post-meditation. Post-meditation is the thinking and the psychology that takes place after the incident. And what you want to do is see if there's a psychological thread that leads up to the crime, and then you also want to see, does that same psychological thread lead beyond the crime? So if you say, you know what, I actually think that the motive in this case was financial, well, I think money was part of the motive for this murder, right? So that's the premeditation going up to the murder. Well, if that's the case, then you must also ask, well, isn't there also post-meditation where that same financial motive is playing out? Well, I'm worried about money. I need money. Money is the motive. Well, what am I now going to do now that the situation's changed? And so what did Barry do? What did he do in terms of transactions? And you might say, well, he needed money to hire a lawyer, so that's why he did that. And that could be a credible possibility. He needs to, he needs to defend himself, so he needs to pay for that, right? And that is something that you can argue. But would you then really sell your house and your wife's car? Would you do that within weeks? Would you do it before you even charged? So before you even charged with murder, would you start selling assets?
From Fox News. It reads, quote, Suzanne's iCloud account discovered on December 27, 2019, that she had been researching language schools in Ecuador after Libla allegedly told her that the country was a cheap place to live and with good health care, end quote. So what this shows, bear in mind, this was a search from December 27, 2019, so quite a few months before she disappeared. It shows that she'd been feeling unhappy for quite a long time, prompting her to go to Ecuador. That is quite a change. I think in the same way that Jeff was the opposite of of Barry. I think she's looking for something that would be very different to the life that she was living in Colorado. She's just looking for a complete change, right? She's wanting to start a new life, and that hadn't happened in Colorado. But I also think that this long time looking for an exit.
You can see just to the edge of the fireplace, so there the fire is roaring, but you can see just to the edge there are some pieces of wood. That is where they load the fireplace from.
Reveals that she was conflicted, perhaps because of her beliefs, her daughters, and Barry, into sticking around even though in her gut she knew she needed to get out. Another quote from the article reads, quote, Barry Morphew's defense attorney, Iris Ayton, asked if the two exchanged nude photographs. Now, what do you think about that? What is this intended to do other than smear Suzanne, to undermine her, so that in contrast, Barry appears to be good? If Suzanne was a, quote, bad spouse, right, then that means Barry was a good husband. So if the one is bad, the other one's got to be good. No, that calculus is absurd. But it's nevertheless how people think, and Barry's elite female counsel are aware of that. And the mind effery is effectively all they have, I think, to defend Barry with. I mean, it's early, but we'll see whether they can come up with something really tangible, like an alibi. They don't have, what they've also got to defend him with, I guess, is no human remains. Another quote from the article, which is, I think, worth paying attention to. Let me just quote from the quote. Libler had planned a trip to Colorado in March 2020, but travel restrictions imposed at the onset of the coronavirus pandemic prevented him from coming to visit. The man should.
So I remember when COVID was happening, just obviously thinking, I wonder what impact COVID will have on true crime. Like, it definitely will have an impact. I wonder what impact it's going to have. I wonder which cases are going to come about as a direct result. And I do wonder whether this isn't one of them, whether you've got someone who's having an affair, wanting to leave her marriage, wanting to leave the relationship, but she's kind of forced to stay. The marriage is being prolonged and the divorce is being postponed in a weird way because of COVID. You could also say, so the guy that she's having an affair with can't come and see her because of COVID. So the affair is being slowed down and frustrated. The other thing is that in terms of work, Barry may have been away from home more. He may have been working or whatever, but because of some COVID restrictions, some work engagements maybe are either cancelled or also postponed, and that then may also lead to additional financial pressure. Bear in mind they left Indiana in 2018, and then COVID happened just after that. Basically, very early on in this case, COVID was sort of 2020. Suzanne died May 2020.
She'd had an affair with.
Yeah, the other thing is, so someone mentioned she got an inheritance. One wonders whether the person who died in that, it's probably unlikely, but whether COVID played a role in that.
For 2 years did not contact authorities after Suzanne disappeared, but spoke to investigators only once they'd identified who he was, investigators said. End quote. I must say, I find that pretty disappointing. If Barry has turned out to be a disappointment, I don't know whether one can say too many good things about Jeff. Going back to the article, quote, this is something Jeff said, apparently to the authorities, quote, if he knew about me, he would have come after me. And that's a reference to Barry. I just don't think he knew that Suzanne and I were together, end quote, really. I also don't think Barry would have gone after him if he did know about him, because that would have exposed Barry. So I think it's a bit of a weak argument. Could there have been other reasons why Libler kind of remained silent? So anyway, when the coronavirus pandemic took hold, I wondered, what kind of impact would this generally have on true crime? How might it alter the true crime landscape? I was certain that it would, and that some cases would emerge that would either be tainted by it or directly driven by it. So we see here that travel restrictions prevented Jeff from meeting with Suzanne, and who knows, had they had a face-to-face encounter then, perhaps Suzanne would have left sooner. Maybe something would have happened earlier. Or otherwise, possibly Jeff would have gotten more involved in what happened to Suzanne. Maybe if Jeff saw that.
So someone in comments has made quite a good observation. What relevance, what impact does life insurance have in this case? Definitely a good question. I can't really answer that off the top of my head. It's hard to imagine that it doesn't have any bearing. I can't really find anything. Yeah, I can't really find anything.
That last time, and perhaps they had some kind of wonderful romantic connection that maybe would have haunted him. That would have been almost like a sense of her being more real than the fog that sets in when you haven't seen someone for a while. I'm sorry, but I don't have very nice things to say about Jeff not approaching the police on his own. What I will say is that Patrick Frazier's mistress, who was actually effectively an accessory after the fact, she also had to be found, and it sort of seemed like they needed to drag her into court. I mean, there was a plea deal and so on, but like they needed to drag her into court. I mean,
so that is Suzanne's father, and I remember I remember looking at that AIFP on his hat. I used to know what it meant. Has it got something to do with forestry? AIFP. AIFP stands for, no, it's not the Africa Infrastructure Fellowship Program. It's not that. Can't seem to find it now. Let's just write here America. Maybe I'll get a. It's the American International Forest Products. There's that logo. Is it the same as that logo? And so it's to do with forest products. So wood, timber. And I think that is how the Moorman side of the family, Suzanne's side of the family, made their fortune. I think they also had, didn't they have a soft drink company or some kind of fruit beverage company associated with this? I seem to remember
there was
that.
a plea deal and so on, but she certainly didn't come forward on her own volition. She sort of needed to be encouraged in that way. And this sort of ties in with what I said in my previous video about Summer Wells. Justice isn't a given anywhere in the world, in any case. So when parties to a criminal case don't come forward, it benefits the perpetrators. When people aren't confronted, it benefits the perpetrators. If Barry wanted to have his cake and eat it, can't the same be said about Jeff as well? So questions remain whether a short rifle was used in the commission of this crime or a tranquilizer gun. I don't know about you, but I'm leaning towards the latter. All right, I'm not going to take it further than that. I won't be doing.
Okay, so we're going to look at one more video, and then I'll take a couple of questions. So this is the third and last one.
Crime. In this episode, we're going to look at 5 major bombshells that emerged during the preliminary hearing. If Suzanne was shot with a tranquilizer dart, it reinforces the notion of a carefully executed crime. It wasn't Barry Morphew is charged for noises. Some disagreement between the prosecutor, the FBI agent, and also the defense on whether the likelihood, the FBI agent, and also.
So there you get a interesting kind of X-ray view of what the tranquilizer dart sort of looks like. That it has where that number 1 is in that circle is it kind of has a what's the word? I think it's a rubber cap, right? And early on, when they spoke about that a tranquilizer dart cap had been found, I thought it was just a small little thing that went on the tip. That was how I understood it. That's how I visualized it. What ended up being quite a long kind of plastic cylindrical thing that almost looks like a pen, right? But in any event, this configuration gives an idea of what the dart looks like.
The defense on whether the likelihood that Barry chased Suzanne with this tranquilizer gun. The phone data seems to indicate that. The defense have argued that that's impossible. But before we get to that, if you haven't subscribed to the channel.
Welcome, Sleuth and Sandals. Welcome. Yeah, I can't believe that we're still here after 3 hours. We're probably only going to be another 10 minutes, so buckle your seatbelts.
First thing I want to emphasize is this money motive that is being resuscitated here. We know that they said 80% of the arguments were about money. Well, what is quite interesting is even the defense are saying there was a money motive here, this time from Suzanne. But we'll get to that in more detail a little bit later.
So I don't know if you picked that up. I'm obviously just getting the end of that whole thing, but apparently part of the defense case, and I guess this was in terms of the Suzanne ran away story, right? This idea that Suzanne wasn't happy in her marriage and she ran away and she's on the run kind of thing, was that she took her money and ran. And I think, again, I say this under correction, as far as I remember, there was $70,000 of her money in the safe, or money in the safe. And that money was then missing when, after she went missing. And so the part of the defense case was that she took the money and blah, 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 blah. Suppose you could now say the felon who came to abducted her and took the money as well.
I do think that money, that is to say greed, likely featured as one of her killer's top priorities. Over $70,000 was missing from the safe in the home at the time of the incident. Obviously, Barry has no idea what happened to that, just as he has no idea what happened to Suzanne. It would be interesting to have confirmation about whose money that was. It would be good if one could snap one's fingers and just know who that money actually belonged to. I wonder who could tell us that. I wonder if that is possible to determine. Then the second major bombshell that came out of this preliminary hearing, besides that $70,000, that major.
So this was the kind of prosecution theory, was that Barry was chasing Suzanne around while she was still conscious. So you almost have this idea that if a tranquilizer gun was used, that she was now darted, but it's still taking effect. And you can visualize a scenario where someone could be chasing someone for 20 seconds or 1 minute. So it doesn't have to be half an hour or 10 minutes. It can be kind of a life and death pursuit, like a fight and flight thing for just 1 minute. right? And then you are overcome by the sort of entropy of the chemical. But what the authorities thought gave substance to this idea of what was going on was phone pings that seemed to be 1 minute Barry seemed to be over here, then he was over there, then he was over there. It seemed like he was moving rapidly through the house and the garden. And the only explanation they could come up with was that he had to be running around while that was going on. And I think that evidence was so compelling that when confronted with it, Barry said, well, yes, I was running around. I was shooting chipmunks. That was his story as I remember it. Isn't that how you guys remember it? That Barry said he shot something like 38 chipmunks or something.
Bombshell that came out of this preliminary hearing, besides that $70,000 missing, were these phone pings that were so erratic, and it sort of sparks the imagination. It makes one wonder, was Barry running around? And it gives one a sense of kind of compassion for Suzanne if that was the case. It must have been horrible. It must have been terrifying if she was fighting to stay conscious after having been darted, if that is what happened. Now, according to former FBI agent Jonathan Grusing, Barry moved around quickly and erratically, and because of his statement that he was chasing chipmunks, Grusing assumed, he inferred, that Barry chased Suzanne. If Suzanne was shot with a tranquilizer dart, she would have been surprised and shocked and tried to flee. I mean, wouldn't you? You in that situation, wouldn't you do the same thing? It would have taken several.
So someone asked here, what time was this happening? Good question. Good question. I think I know the answer, but I'd rather be certain.
Several seconds, perhaps even minutes, for the serum to take effect. During that time, she possibly tried to escape, possibly tried to get away from her attacker, her assailant. But as time went on, she would have become increasingly immobile, probably increasingly drowsy.
Terry, I would say no. I would say unless it sort of hits you near your eye socket. Depends where it hits you. You know, if it hits you in your bum or your arm or something, then I would say no. If it hits you, your finger or where it depends where that needle goes in.
If this scenario did play out, Suzanne may have lost her life due to the dose of the serum itself or due to asphyxiation. So that's one thing. Without the remains, we can't really say what was this dose. You know, was it something for a bear?
So what is the time and date of this data? Let's see if we can find it. I'm not terribly confident that I'll be able to find it in a couple of seconds. But who knows? So I do have this, but it's quite difficult to make out. Let's go to this page. So if you look at that, you can see the time is 14:44, 06, 09, 02, 05, and I'm assuming that this is on the Saturday. I'm assuming that this is Saturday the 9th, so around about 2:44 in the afternoon. And that seems to be the pattern of that she ran through the house, out the garden, then out the front door and then through the garage and that way. That seems to be what happened. Maybe we can, so there's the chipmunk alibi. Let's just have a look at what they say here. There you have confirmation. Barry's phone appeared to show Barry's phone pinging all around the house on May 9. So can you see how the notion that if you say Suzanne died or Suzanne disappeared, or that the incident happened on Mother's Day, it's already a false note that's going to ruin the whole symphony. You're already setting your investigation up for disaster, because this is already suspicious activity. You know, this is going on seconds after. This is going on from 44:02 to 44. It ends at 44:23. So it's a total of 21 seconds. You have this. You have this strange. You have this strange configuration. Let's just see if I can zoom in slightly. So these are, I think, 21 critical seconds of possible pursuit. And the thing that I think would be interesting to verify, difficult, it's a simple question with an answer that I don't think is very easy or simple. Could one prove how long it would take for a particular compound to sedate a person of Suzanne's weight and size? And would the answer be something like 20 to 30 seconds? I mean, you definitely need an expert to address that question. Does that answer your question? When did this happen? Are you guys happy? Now I can't find the video. Where is it? It's not that. It's not. Here it is. No. Here it is.
Or what? A cow? What was this dose? And I wonder whether any traces were found on the cap in the dryer that could possibly indicate what it likely was, because I think that is quite an important question. Barry's defense team, however, have rubbished this notion, saying that the pings indicated he was moving through walls at 42 miles per hour. In any event, I wonder what the defense's explanation is for his phone moving when it was. Was he driving a dirt bike through the home, or swinging from the chandeliers, Tarzan style? Something I'm not clear about is exactly what time all of this happened. If you do know that, let me know in the comments.
So we've established that.
And then just think about the phone moving at that time. Does that actually make sense? The third bombshell, Barry stopped at 5 separate trash receptacles prior to noon on May 10th. Now, you know what? Of these three that I've mentioned so far, I'm not sure which one is the biggest, which one is the most explosive, which one is the most appalling. I mean, all of this is really horrifying. It's dreadful. It is pretty terrible, wouldn't you say? So in terms of this these visits to the trash receptacles, you know, it's also 5 separate trash receptacles, not 5 visits to 5 receptacles, which makes it that much more suspicious. According to Denver CBS Local, there's a quote from the article. I'll put a link to the article in the description. Quote, in total, he stopped at 5 separate trash receptacles before noon. He told investigators he couldn't recall what he had thrown away. Now, end quote. Now, if you think Chris Watts was daft during his sermon on the porch, if you think his story was unbelievable, you know, not credible, if he was a bad liar, well, this is even dumber.
Well, I think that was actually a mistake, in a sense. I mean, the 13 statements Barry makes are very inconsistent, but I don't know, like saying this at the time. What time was this? This was 2 years ago. Well, I don't know if I would agree that Barry Morphew's dumber than Chris Watts. I don't know what you guys think, but I think it in a way it did make sense to think, wow, you made 5 stops from your home to Broomfield. I guess you were obviously XYZ, right? And isn't that the mistake people made? Isn't that the mistake law enforcement made? Was that this was like a counterfeit trail, or it was just, who knows, maybe Barry was just in a very kind of spring cleaning mode that day. You know, I'm gonna clean my car. I'm gonna do the laundry. You know, it's Mother's Day. I'm gonna impress my wife when I get back. You know, the laundry is going to be done and my car's going to be clean. You know, that's the alternative. But I don't think it's a case that he's much dumber than Chris Watts. I do think it's easy to have thought that in terms of these many stops. You could also argue that Chris Watts didn't leave evidence like cell phone pings and dart caps in his home. But I mean, the reality is there were cell phone pings at the well site, so he did leave them, and he did. There were those either mascara or excrement smears on the pillowcases. So you know, in a way, it was almost a similar level of evidence, of an evidence trail left behind in both cases. I think the big difference between this case and that case is the length of time it took to find the victims, and then also Chris Watts confessing, right? That's a big difference.
He doesn't even have the nous to come up with a story. He doesn't even have an explanation for why that happened. It almost makes one wonder, you know, did he not know that they would catch him, you know, going to these trash receptacles?
And I mean, this was 2 years ago, and I wonder what the answer is to that question now in hindsight, now that we know where Suzanne's remains were ultimately placed. If you thinking that Barry may have been involved, right, then this idea that didn't he know that he was being seen at these trash receptacles, what do you think the answer is to that? No, like on the one hand, you can say, wow, he's incredibly stupid to do that, right? But the flip side to that is you say, actually, he was drawing your attention perhaps away from, you know, wasn't that the equivalent of the Ramsey ransom note? Wasn't that whole thing the Ramsey ransom note in a way? I mean, from that particular perspective, right?
Because how can you have a good explanation to visiting 5 different trash receptacles within hours of Suzanne disappearing? Another quote from that article from CBS Local, quote, in 10 interviews with Barry, the only thing we could get him to move on was his tranquilizer material from his garage. He couldn't say which trash run they were disposed in, said Grusing. End quote. Phew, 10 interviews, that's a lot. It also shows, I think, that he admitted removing tranquilizer material from his garage. That brings us to the 4th point. So what did happen to Suzanne? Now, I hate to draw inferences, especially in this area, especially without the discovery, but what may be relevant is an intertextuality related.
So I want you to just kind of open your minds and imagine if, for whatever reason, Suzanne was just literally found on Mother's Day, right? Imagine if whoever killed Suzanne and however she was killed, what if for whatever reason, the killer just decided, you know what, I'm gonna do things differently, and within that, Suzanne was actually found on Mother's Day, right? What do you think would have happened if that was the case? What do you think could have happened if that was the case? In other words, her body is found, and let's, for the purpose of this thought experiment, just say we don't know where a body was found, or it's irrelevant where a body. It isn't, but we're not going to make that part of our calculus. Let's, I suppose, if you really want to, you could say her body was found beside the bicycle, right? What do you think would have happened next? The authorities would have taken her body into custody, and they would have performed an autopsy. What do you think would have come up in the autopsy that the killer couldn't afford for them to see? And also, if something came up in that autopsy, would it have pointed to someone more than someone else? Now, if you take the scenario that Suzanne, let's say the killer was in the Morphew house, but not Barry Morphew, and he used the tranquilizer gun, and he did whatever he wanted, stole the money, and then he staged the crime to look like she'd gone down that ravine, but she'd actually died previously. But anyway, it's staged there. Don't you think that tranquilizer chemical, that compound, would have come out in an autopsy? And what that would have done is it would have taken the crime, it would have shifted the reality of the crime scene back to the home, because that's where the tranquilizer gun and dart were, right? It's, I think, just a useful thought experiment to why was so much effort taken to hide her body, because something was in her body that could have given the killer away, right?
Related to the number of those trash bags and possibly dumpster trips that Barry took. The fact that he went to dumpsters 5 times suggests that there were at least 5 trash bags. Do you agree with that? And so if you take the Patrick Frazee case, Frazee's mistress, Crystal Kenny, was summoned to the scene, and she basically pulled on the equivalent of a hazmat suit, according to her. And over the course of several hours, she said she filled up 6 trash bags with soiled toys, cloths, clothes, and rags, right? And I'm sorry to say this, but I think the number of trash bags and the timing of the trips strongly points to something dreadful. I think limbs may have been removed.
So do you think now that is accurate? I mean, the scattered bones, I don't think add up to that idea. We still need more information, but I mean, obviously 2 years ago, that was the information we had. And it doesn't seem to be, would you guys think that is true?
Removed. I think that was always going to be, unfortunately, going to be a possibility, given Suzanne's husband's experience in field dressing animals that he hunted.
There's a pretty disturbing picture there. You can actually see a bear that has been, you can see what's going on there.
I think there's some photos of that as well online. I also think the smell of chlorine was meant to mask odors and possibly destroy DNA evidence. And in this regard, there's some quite interesting information. That was a key insight in the Patrick Frazee case that Suzanne's killer perhaps paid attention to. The fact that bleach can...
So the analyst, Caitlin Rogers, said that it didn't surprise her that there was no DNA that's in the Patrick Frazee case. And I think it's the same DNA analyst that they wanted to use her expertise in this case. That name definitely rings a bell. And so the point I was trying to make here is if you use bleach and chemicals like chlorine, you can completely destroy, you can completely get rid of all DNA. It is possible.
Destroy DNA evidence. And I've provided a screenshot of an article in the Denver Post specifically referring to that. And this is an article from November 2019. And it refers to...
So we do know that Barry was consuming, he was following true crime content, that he was listening to some other podcast. Bear in mind the Patrick Frazee case. Just want to make sure of this. The Patrick Frazee case immediately preceded the MORPHEW case. So do you guys remember when the MORPHEW case occurred? Right. What I mean is if you think about the dates, the Chris Watts case happened in August 2018. The Patrick Frazee case that Thanksgiving, so November 2018, and then the case went to trial, and all that evidence was in court in November 2019, and now we're getting into the last few months of the MORPHEW case, and then following that, December, January, March, April, May, and that is when the MORPHEW case happened. And so the question comes up, because that was the question in both the previous cases. How do you dispose of a body? How do you get rid of evidence? Well, you saw what happened with bleach in the Patrick Frazee case. I've written a books about the Watts case and a book about the Frazee case. Okay, let's continue.
Something that came up in the trial, that bleach can destroy DNA. Did somebody pay attention to that?
So the question that I'm kind of putting out there is, was Barry, bear in mind, all of this is happening in Colorado. It's the same state. So it would be all over the local media. It would be what the locals would be talking about. Bear in mind, Florissant is geographically almost just over the mountain from Mayville and from Salida, right? It's literally just around the corner. So, wouldn't you be in the same way that we are aware of this case, and some of us are thousands of miles away, hundreds of miles away, whatever it is, wouldn't Barry have paid attention to that case? Wouldn't Suzanne even have paid attention to that case, and through that said to Barry, wow, look at this is quite interesting. Wouldn't it have been on the radio when he was going to some other job? Wouldn't it have been on TV, when you looking at the latest news, right?
Bear in mind the Patrick Frazee murder trial predated Suzanne's disappearance by less than 6 months, and the location of that murder was less than 50 miles away from Salida.
So there you have a really nice kind of soundbite there. The Patrick Frazee case predated the MORPHEW incident by 6 months, and it was only 50 miles away, about 50 miles away.
The crow flies. As such, it's possible, and I believe even likely, that Suzanne's killer learned from Patrick Frazee's mistakes, and one might argue successfully, given the fact that her remains haven't been found. And that brings us to the fifth bombshell, the defense's case. The defense believed that Suzanne ran off. Curiously, the defense case is that Suzanne took the money. That's why I say their motive is money, just as I think the prosecutor's motive is that as well. It's kind of the mirror image. So their case is that Suzanne took the money, took that $70,000 and ran off. But when she ran off, she forgot to run to Jeff, and somehow in her haste, her bicycle bounced by itself out of the garage behind her, along with her helmet. Do the defense believe Suzanne is holed up somewhere, watching her own murder trial, reading about her daughters, while contentedly munching popcorn somewhere? So I do think Barry's defense are going to pull out all the stops. They're going to do everything they can do to mount a strident defense. But it does also at the same time look like the prosecution have got a really strong case. And it also is quite strange. I mean, just those 5 dumpster trips makes one wonder, couldn't he have been arrested a lot earlier? Couldn't he have been charged a lot sooner? What do you guys think? Okay, I'm not going to take it.
Okay, so that is it. We sort of come to the end of this analysis. And so now we are, this is where we are right now. Suzanne Morphew's remains have been found. How did she get there? And I think that is the next sort of step in terms of this whole thing is how on earth 3 years later are law enforcement going to investigate this case? Because if their main suspect is Barry Morphew, then they've got to link him to Moffat. How are they going to do that? And it's also possible that, you could have a scenario where there's an accessory, which would mean that you don't actually need that person to go there themselves. But that's then going to make your work a lot harder. Personally, I don't believe that in this case there is an accessory. I think that's a easy excuse to not really think about that. I would be really interested to know, like, Barry's, remember we spoke about premeditation and post-meditation. I'd be very interested to know about Barry's jobs, the jobs that he'd done, because Moffat's not that far from Salida. What were his movements throughout 2019? And because I sort of feel like a logical place to start is that I don't think the killer, the person who buried Suzanne, I don't think he'd never been to Moffat before in his life. I think there's some familiarity with that kind of landscape, and there's some familiarity with that area. And so the question then is, where could that have come from? And so that, I guess, is the next step here. Let's see what this video clip says with regard to that. How did she get there? Let's skip the ad.
Some of the folks that we talked to here in Moffat today say it's really discouraging that their community is now tied to this case. They say it is not the first missing person to be found here, just happens to be the latest. Some people saw some police activity on Friday night, the same day that investigators found Suzanne's remains. They pointed us to a spot south of town off of a dirt road. Today, we found some crime scene tape here. We've asked investigators.
So that seems to be the spot.
Is this in any way related?
Right. So there's the tar road. I don't know if it's that tar road, but it's a tar road. There's, just for context, there's this the mountains in the background. You can see it's just off this dirt road. There's the crime scene tape. Now, we don't know for a fact that this is the spot, but it certainly could be.
Related to the Morphew case. Investigators are not saying anything today. They will not confirm that. Here's what we do know about this area, Moffat, and the area all around it is vast. It's quiet and it's rural. We're in the San Luis Valley here, just west of the Great Sand Dunes National Park, and about 50 miles away from where Suzanne Morphew lived in Maysville, Colorado, near Salida. It was Mother's Day 2020 when she was last seen. Investigators.
Okay, so there, once again, you've got this thing repeated again. She was last seen on, she wasn't last seen on Mother's Day. That, I mean, unless you accept Barry's version that he got up that morning and she was in bed, and so he was the last person to see her. But I think you've got to say, besides Barry, who was the last person to see her? And I think the answer is Jeff Libler.
Family, friends, they all looked for her for a very long time with no luck. And it was somewhat of a coincidence they found her here in Saguache County more than 3 years later. Investigators were actually working on a different case when they found remains later.
So what's quite useful here is you get, there's really good photography, by the way. I really like what they've done here. Yeah, you get a sense of, there is the stop sign. It's really not that far from a tar road. And then you've also got a little bit of a sense of the soil quality. The soil doesn't look terribly hard here, but it certainly looks like this area has been torn up or disturbed, doesn't it?
Identified as Suzanne's. A source close to the investigation told 9 News that they discovered skeletal remains, and they were able to positively identify Suzanne through her dental records and her cancer report. And while this case is now more than 3 years old, this is a huge discovery. So
did you pick that up? It wasn't only her dental records that they used to positively identify, it was also, if I heard correctly, her cancer report. So I don't know whether cancer would leave particular traces in the bone matter. Maybe it would, but maybe some of the dental aspects were included dental records. But it is interesting that they add that as well.
in a sense, it's still early in the investigation. We expect more answers will come down the road as time continues to pass in this investigation. Reporting in Saguache County, Jennifer Meckles, 9 News.
Okay.
Congressman Ken Buck.
Okay, let's stop there. Okay, so we just short of the 4-hour mark. I must say, I'm very shy when it comes to live streams. I prefer not to show my face so that I can give you a short, succinct, fact-filled story. I didn't really want to try and amuse or entertain you. I just want to make the case as strongly as I can, but almost make the legal case, the evidence case, the case that one would be able to prove that could win over a jury in a courtroom. I've got a little bit of a legal background, so that's the part that I kind of want to focus on, and I want to make the victims and the characters in the story the focus of the story. I don't want to make myself the focus. But of late, I've just found it takes so much time to stitch these videos together. What I've done now, just doing this live stream, the prep was 10 minutes, and this took 4 hours to communicate. But if I'd done a edited video, it probably would have taken about 4 hours to put it all together. And then it comes down to the same. This is definitely much easier, but to be honest, my preference is not to be showing my face. In any event, I do know we are a community, the True Crime Rocket Science community, and it probably is quite important to bring you guys together, and that is also quite an important aspect. And it is also good for me. I think it's important to be able to interact with you guys in real time, because sometimes you guys leave really important little comments and insights, and that's always interesting. I do want to remind you that one of our members is going to that crime scene, and now we've got even more clarity what it looks like, where it is, just to get a bit of a better sense exactly where it is. I would like to just get a sense of how far it is from the main highway. Is that road that we saw there, is that the main highway? It's very hard for me to believe that it is, because you would imagine someone would want to do that as secretively as they can. Thanks a lot, Helena. Thanks a lot, mods. Good work. Thanks also for keeping folks in chat, those who are crossing that line of perhaps making slanderous comments. We need to be careful in terms of that. Kat Kruger, it's also good to see you. I've got to tell you, Timmy loves that mooing cow toy. It's probably his favorite toy. It moves 3 times, and he can actually set the mooing off himself. So he really does like that toy. Something else I just meant to bring up, I might as well, just before we go. You guys know this book, Stephen King's Christine, right? And it reminds me, or it makes me think of this story, of the Suzanne Morphew story, because at the bottom it says, sometimes ownership can become possession, meaning you can be in a relationship with someone where you kind of feel like their property. You can be in a marriage where you sort of feel like you belong to that person, almost like they own you and they control you. And then when you try and get out of that relationship, you realize what that relationship that seemed like a nice marriage, or seemed like a fairly benign thing, you see the really dark side to it. That someone who's very controlling, who likes to own things and whatever, can become possessive, and how dangerous that can actually be. And Christine's a quite an interesting example where a car, it's actually like a female car, and she starts to, although the person who buys her now possesses her, owns her, she in a way starts to create feelings of possession. Anyway, it's just a really interesting story. But it's this idea where owning someone, like, you shouldn't own someone, you should have a relationship with someone. You shouldn't own someone, you should volunteer, I want to be with you. And so someone who does try and own you and keep you like a souvenir or whatever it is, those people can become possessive, and they are almost like they are possessed by whatever it is, their demon. So I just think it's quite an interesting analogy. Again, I just want to, someone says, I read Christine. Where the Wind Blows says, I love being married. That's good. Yeah, I think Suzanne did feel trapped. And so if you in a trap situation like that, and you feel that you controlled and it's getting dangerous, how do you get out, especially when there are all these financial things going on? That is not an easy question to answer. It's definitely not an easy question to answer. I think if or when someone finds out that you've been having an affair, then you really need to get out very, very soon, especially if the debts and financial things are serious. You really need to create a space. Anyway, thanks, Chelsea, for your moderating. I don't know, I haven't really looked for a while. Liesel, you must please respond to my email. I'm thinking of having you as a guest on a live in future. So let me know if that's something you'd want to do. Let me know. So maybe you can come on after having gone to Moffat, and then we can look at your photos and you can talk about that. You also sent me a document. I want to know whether we want to talk about that in a public way. So let me know. Who else is here? I know Stephanie 1 and Stephanie 2 are both in earlier. I think you guys have left. Terry, good to have you here as well. You've been really solid. Thanks very much. I've actually met some of my patrons and some of my subscribers, like in person. One of them is Elise in California. I might actually be meeting you again in a couple of weeks, so looking forward to that. I may actually be in the Moffat area myself couple of months from now, like month and a half from now. I'm just saying I'm heading kind of in that area. So I would actually like to go to Florissant since I wrote a book about that area. So we'll see. I just want to see if Sharon is still here. Sharon, are you still here? Linda P, we also appreciate you. Linda's always very helpful with links and stories and content. I'm just trying to think who else there's to thank. Sharon, is there anyone else? I think that's it. Thanks a lot, Holly. Thank you. So I'm sorry if I didn't get to everyone's comments, but it was good being with you guys again. And so we'll see what happens from here going forward. We are kind of looking forward to the next step. Are we going to see charges? Who is going to be bringing them? And yeah, what is going to happen next? I do think that the MORPHEW case presents the dark side to the American dream. Thanks a lot, Wendy. That when you look at the MORPHEW case really quickly, they look like they're living a fairy tale life. They got beautiful children. They seem like a handsome couple. They live in beautiful surroundings. The world seems to be their oyster. And then when you look beneath the surface, there's cancer, there's debt, there's affairs, there's pretending that putting a smile on everything, but underneath the surface there's a lot going on. And I think one of the lessons we learned from this is similar to the Watts case. Don't spend so much energy pretending that everything's okay. Instead, face reality, deal with reality, and also tell someone what you're going through, and don't try and keep propping up that fairy tale. Instead, work on your exit strategy, work on your safety net. I was going to say, in terms of social media, but I don't think social media really is a big component of this case compared to the Watts case. But basically, face reality, face the music, because if you don't, the music may face you. If you don't, how does that saying go? If you don't act, I can't quite remember how it goes. If you don't act, someone could act on you, something like that. So, try and be proactive. Terry says it's an amazing community. Okay. Well, it's good to see you guys here, even though I've been away for such a long time. But thanks guys for popping by. Remember, if you're watching this on replay, you can hit the thanks button. I'm going to need a little extra pocket money when I'm traveling through America. It is quite an expensive trip, so think about that. Thanks so much, Chelsea. I really appreciate it. I hope you are feeling better. I know that you've been a bit under the weather. Wow, that rhymes. But yeah, I hope you're feeling better. You do have to know when the fairy tale's over, and the longer it takes to not know that, the more it becomes a nightmare. Okay, guys, that's it from my side. I hope you guys have a good night. And so, yeah, take care, and I'll see you guys next time.